60s and 70s, you are not wrong in that sense. And I remember whenever we have a conversation with Isa, he would start telling me stuff of 1970s. And he will ask me, Kamata, do you remember? So I'm used to that, and I think sometimes I say, I do remember, because I have heard these stories and I can recall myself that these stories were there as if I was also there. So after that, let me invite you for a picture in front of Nkrumah Hall, and thereafter we'll have some tea very quickly, and we'll resume for the book launch session. I think you all know where Nkrumah Hall is. And for those of you who were here, this was called Council Chamber. Joe, you were here? Spiritually, yeah. Willie was here. So this was, I think it was, during your days probably it was called the Senior Common Room. I'm not sure. Because there was Senior Common Room and common rooms in the halls of residence. And then it became Council Chamber because the councils used to meet here. And then they built an extension up there, and it's called the Council Chamber, and this is the old Council Chamber. Okay? That's why it's referred as the old Council Chamber. But for those of you who were here in the past, it's the Council Chamber. Hey, sawa, karibuni sana, tukapige picha. Okay, and turudi haraka haraka ili tuweze kuendelea.
Between now and roughly 1 p.m. To think about the concept of human rights in Africa. This is a book I read in the mid-1990s. Like Kamata, occasionally people ask me about Codesria in the 1970s. And Dar es Salaam, University of Dar es Salaam always features somewhere. Which is why I have made it a habit that when I'm in the region, I sneak through Dar es Salaam. And I've also made it a habit to pass not just by the university, but to visit friends, colleagues, mentors, comrades who have had a major impact on the work that Codesria does. So on one of those occasions when I sneaked into town, Mwalimu Shivji figured out I was in town. I don't know how, but she figured out that I was in town and invited me for dinner, which I gladly agreed because food is central to how I survive. During that dinner, he raised the point that there had been some concern in some quarters that a book of the caliber of the concept of human rights in Africa, which did not just have serious impact at the intellectual level, it's actually been a book cited in various jurisprudential discussions, was missing on the shelves. That's roughly how he put it. So I unfortunately decided on the spur of the moment to say we can produce the next edition. I must be honest, I had no idea it was possible because though I lead a research organization that is a leading publisher on the continent, everyone else does the work and I get the praise for it when it's good work. So we walked out of the dinner with the agreement that we were going to try a second edition. So on my way from his house to where I was staying, I sent a message to the production manager, a lady by the name of Shifao, who has been in Codesria for a long time. And she said, don't worry, we have technology that will scan the old copy, because it was never kept in soft copy, in 1989 when the book was published. And then there will be some slippages here and there, so we'll package it nicely. And maybe within a week, we will have a soft copy of the old edition of the book, which actually happened within 2 days. They had already scanned and they sent me sort of a distorted version of this book. And from there, we've done everything possible to make sure that the book is not just ready, but printed, ready for this launch. So I also have the rare privilege of having worked with Mwalimu Shivji before. Again, as it happens, we were on the corridors during a previous Codesria General Assembly, talking about interesting things all over. And then the idea came that he had written numerous essays, some of which were published but in obscure places, and we needed to bring them together into one volume so that it could be easily accessible to as many people as possible. And I do remember at the time, I think Firoz Manji was passing by. And again, like it happened over dinner the other day, I agreed to put those essays together into a collection that is comes under the title, Where is Uhuru? Which is a collection of essays. And the reason why I thought that it would be good to have this introductory remark is because the panel we are going to have for the book launch has Walter Bugoya, who has published Isa Shivji severally. And there is a method to the madness that we did over dinner and the one we did over the General Assembly, instantly deciding that we are going to produce a book within a short time. For me, my experience has been a serious learning experience. And actually, a mentoring experience. There is a general feeling with younger academics today that mentoring is this formalized process where you meet once every while and you discuss the challenges that we face. But actually, in the old days, without saying it, mentoring used to happen on the corridors of conferences that we held in very many different places. And I have learned quite a bit from this experience. Perhaps for me, the most interesting one was sending Isa a bunch of chapters that needed his eye so that we could proceed with the editorial process and all that, and jumping on a flight on my way to Abidjan from Nairobi, only to arrive in Abidjan and he had already cleared with a bunch of essays that I thought were going to take him a few days to work on. So I want to appreciate this as a basis of beginning the engagement with the launch of this book. It is appropriate that we are doing it at the University of Dar es Salaam. And it's even more appropriate that we're doing it around a theme on human rights. Because there is a sense in which human rights often gets treated as this esoteric thing that comes on the bandwagon of an NGO, which then goes to teach the people who are already practicing human rights, you go to teach them human rights. The most powerful statement that got me clued into this book is actually the first paragraph of the old edition of this book, which I just thought I should read. Issa begins chapter 1 of the book, writing, human rights discourse has become one of the main growth points of the academic industry in the last 15 years. The output of literature on human rights in Africa has been enormous. I want you to hang on to that against just give me a moment, against the preface which he writes, the human rights discourse on Africa and in Africa is intellectually backward, he says, even by the standards of the African social science. That would not matter if it was also ideologically innocent. That it is not. Human rights talk constitutes one of the main elements in the ideological armory of imperialism. I think this is a useful departure point for the kind of discussion we want to have. Because I think in this book, both in its old edition and in the new edition, you've tested the boundaries of what human rights does to us. So I would like to stop there and ask Walter Bugoya to speak first to the experience of publishing Issa Shivji, and then I will ask Professor Issa Shivji to speak to the book, and then I will invite Professor Willy Mutunga, Emeritus CJ, Republic of Kenya, to react but also lead us into a formal launch of the book. So in that order, welcome Walter. I'm not going into a deep introduction of Walter because, as someone said, if you don't know him, whom do you know? If you've read anything published by Mkuki wa Nyota, that is the person. Mkuki na Nyota. The Kenyan in me was revealed in my Swahili. Welcome, Walter.
This is weird a little bit. Know him, who do you know? Gosh. Unafahamu, mimi ni mmoja wa wale watu wanaosema bwana, Kiswahili lazima tukitumie katika mihadhara ya science. Sio mihadhara ya kunywa pombe tu na kupiga bla bla. Lazima tupe hadhi ya Kiswahili, tuzungumze katika mikutano ya kimataifa na kadhalika. Lakini sasa kwa sababu hakuna wakalimani na watafsiri na wengine hapa hawafahamu Kiswahili, itakuwa si uungwana mimi kuendelea kuzungumza katika Kiswahili. Kwa hiyo bora nirudi kule nifanye kama inavyokuwa kawaida, tuzungumze Kiingereza. Tupo pamoja? Haya. I was a little bit unhappy this morning because the acknowledgements of one after another, Rais Mheshimiwa na Waziri Mkuu Mheshimiwa na Mkuu wa Mkoa Mheshimiwa na DC Mheshimiwa na Katibu Kata Mheshimiwa, and a whole lot of Waheshimiwa, which takes so much precious time instead of going straight to the point. But it has become now a thing. If you don't recognize these people all the time, you probably will lose a job. Since I can't lose a job, let me just say brothers and sisters. Tuendelee, okay? Asante. Now, first of all, thank you, Ngwanza, for including me, but not telling me the whole truth, because I was invited to be part of the launch of this book. And since I was not the publisher of the book, despite playing a little role in facilitating, I thought the launchers would be the publisher, Codestria, and the author, and Mheshimiwa ndugu yetu to make a statement about the subject that discussed in the book. I just thought that I would take part in the cutting of the, of the ribbon. But now I realize I was given something I have to say, and I'm very happy to say. First of all, I want to say congratulations, Godwin and Issa, for bringing out a second edition of this book at this particular time when the subject is a very, very real and very relevant. So I am asked to make some remarks about publishing Issa Shivji. And please forgive me if I just say to Issa, this professor and all this type of thing, tunafahamiana. Okay? So, Comrade Issa, I want to make a few remarks about publishing him, but also in the process, maybe painting a picture of the situation in the 60s and 70s and 80s in which this book was published. But let me start by saying I did not go to this university. And trust me, not going to this university in this country is a bit of a liability. It's a bit of, what can I say, handicap. Because there is a University of Dar es Salaam tribe. And if you don't belong to the University of Dar es Salaam tribe and its sub-tribe, the Akivaga group, you are kind of marginal to what happens. And so, since I did not go to the University of Dar es Salaam, but hung around the University of Dar es Salaam, sometimes I wasn't sure what people thought about me. I wasn't quite a comrade, was kind of a fellow traveler. Somebody who we don't really quite understand. He studied in America, right? Hatujui huyu bwana. But then, as it turned out, I had been engaged in the United States in struggles that were almost more even dangerous than the ones that were being waged at the university here. And somehow my view was, what do they take themselves for? Have they really known what struggle is all about? But then, at that time, and again, I was working in the foreign ministry, and just assumed he works for the foreign ministry. What do you mean? Of course, he must be part of the system. And again, being part of the system, being around the academics, poses some problems. When actually the real people in the system who are academicians and were carrying on, no one suspected. But we came to learn later that they had been recruited and trained while they were here. Anyway, so although said, if you don't know me, who do you know? Let me just make a few remarks about myself, because that will situate me and explain how I got into publishing the kind of works I published and the kind of persona that deals with that kind of work. Okay, just mention that I was in the US in the 60s, in this capitalist racist society, for almost 5 years, waging struggles there. And I came back here, joined the foreign ministry, and then 1960, in the foreign ministry I dealt with Africa issues and met many of the people in the liberation movements, made some friends there, and learned a lot, actually. In some ways, my formation was through those contacts, both at the practical and ideological level. In 1968, I was transferred to Ethiopia, and this Ethiopia was probably the only really feudalist society that we had in Africa under Haile Selassie. And coming from Tanzania of the Arusha Declaration into Addis of that period, we were always suspect also. And also I had some connections with students who were struggling there, and that did not make me a very popular person in the eyes of the people there. Then fast forward, from there when I went to China, and this was during the Cultural Revolution, and trust me, it was a challenge, because now I know, don't laugh, but this, men, have you ever been in a situation where you can stay for a month without seeing a woman? I'm not talking about having anything to do her. Seeing a woman. Huh? I say, unafahamu habari. Ukapiga 5-6 months. I'm not talking about seeing, because everybody at the time was wearing the same uniform, blue or green, with short hair, and you weren't quite sure. In any case, there was no contact at that time. So, but while I was there also, I had a chance to go to Vietnam and during the war, and North Korea, Pyongyang. But as I say now, in this whole period, one is gathering almost in a kind of osmotic way, ideas, perceptions, and even feelings about what's all about struggling for an idea. And the Cultural Revolution was, of course, extremely interesting. This was also the time when Chairman Mao and Zhou Enlai had decided to support the building of the Tazara Railway when capitalist countries had refused to, and so on. Okay, so now, then I came back, and I realized at the time that diplomacy was not really my calling. So I left. And let me also state that actually it was a comrade, Harko Bhagat, who recruited me to join the publishing house. So when I joined the publishing house, there was an Englishman, Robert Hutchison, who was a progressive fellow. And the first manuscript that came that we had to publish was Silent Class Struggle. Now, we had a meeting of the chairman of the board who asked, what is this thing about silent class struggle? There's no class struggle in this country. What's this all about? And why should you publish this book? Anyway, Robert Hutchison, he said, well, we must publish this book because it's one of the most interesting books about Tanzania and so on. The chairman, who was the well-known and Sir George Kahama, said to him, well, I don't think so. And Robert Hutchison said, well, in that case, then I'm going to resign. So George Kahama looked at me and said, and you, because I had just come in and this was really the first meeting, and you, what do you think? I took a moment and I said, if he resigns, I will also resign. So Sir George was a very clever man. He said, okay, let me think about it, and I'll come back to you. Anyway, we came to learn later that he went to Mwalimu Nyerere and said, look, these people want to publish this terrible book about silent class struggle, and I'm over a mind to stop this. And I would like to have your opinion about this, Mwalimu. My job is to govern this country. I'm president of this country. My job is to run this country. The publishers have the job of publishing books. Let everyone do their job, which was absolutely wonderful. That sealed for us. It was a test case. And after that, we have had fairly smooth sailing. Well, smooth sailing in a manner of speaking, because the rough seas are never quite, you can't really always have smooth sailing. But nobody else after that dare asked us what we publish and what we do not publish. So this was the first edition of Silent Class Struggle. And let me also say the beautiful cover designed by guess who? WB. You know. Now this looks bwana, mbona hii itaniingilia sana hii? This looks pretty miserable by present standards, but trust me, the work of bringing this book was not easy, because this was done when there was no computer, and everything was literally line, word by word, arranged in hot metal, and cut and pass was actually cutting with a scissor and putting glue and pasting and making sure the line is straight. And we did all that and managed to produce this work. And when it came out, of course, the first thing we did was to smell it. And oh, how wonderful the smell of ink from the printer. You know, this is absolutely joy. You know, like the British, you know, fish and chips. Fish and chips were always wrapped in newspapers. And when the chips were put on the newspaper, the ink would melt and go into the chips. And that's what gave fish and chips its taste, you know. So, you know, I'm doing here with Kitu. Oh, yes, I mean, real chips. Fish and chips, chips my eye hasn't gone that my eye, but that's the British fish and chips. It has to have some of this newspaper smell, you know. Anyway, so we did this book, and after that we did other books. We did tourism and socialist development, and that also was very interesting. And at that time, Eastside, Macobreza University and the Town Youth League was very, very adamant about tourism and its negative effects on our society. And you know, the kind of decadence that were coming from the West, the kind of, you know, the differentiation, the pride in the you know, incomes of people, and so on and so forth. And basically that this was a way to penetrate our countries to stop progressive ideas, and this is the Cold War, and so on and so forth. And the debate was quite furious. In fact, it's billed as one of the most radical discussions in the newspapers in the 60s, 1969 especially. And we published that one, and then we went to publish quite a few more books by Issa Shivji. Quite a few. I don't know whether I should mention some of them, but there were others in this political science series, Henry Mapolu's Workers and Management, and then of course the Silent Class Struggle was published, also reissued with Heinemann as Class Struggles in Tanzania a couple of years later after we published it. Things were getting better. This was actually done in UK and not done here. But there were other books published, and there is a long list: Constitutional Legal System Tanzania, Pan-Africanism or Pragmatism, Lessons of the Tanganyika-Zanzibar Union, Accumulation in African Periphery, Rule of Law, Rule of Law versus Rulers of Law, and then the magnum opus, biography of Mwalimu, which you see is probably our most interesting work in terms of seriously engaging with Tanzania politics, history, and so on. Now, let me say that from my experience, one of the very interesting and almost, how can I say, heroic work we did there was to publish the Dar es Salaam University debate on class, state, and imperialism, which was edited by Yash Tandon. Now, I cannot let you guys understand the fire, the passion, the vitriol that came out of that debate. It was absolutely incredible. And I mean, you couldn't be a comrade without taking a side. But as a publisher, you had to be very careful which side you show to belong to, because it could mean all kinds of things. So I had to tread a very thin rope There was Comrade Isa Shivji, Karim Hirji on one hand, and there was Dan Abdere and Yashtad on the other, and all other comrades in between. And my goodness, I am telling you, the things they called each other are absolutely astounding. There was, running dog of imperialism. There was, liquidationist, Trotskyite, social imperialist, Mensheviks, and all kinds of names. I mean, you name it, there was a name for a comrade who was not towing the line. But which line? That's a good question. And I had to survive that, which meant that I was pretty hypocritical on both sides, if you're short. I mean, but because I really wanted the debate to go on, and the publisher could not come out, because then, I'll give you an example. One day, actually, a couple of comrades came to see me to tell me why the other comrades were absolutely wrong and why we should not encourage this kind of thinking. So as I discussed with them, my secretary came to me and whispered and said, two other comrades have come to see you. The two comrades were on the other side. So I said, how do these two meet in my office? There probably will be fireworks or something. So I tell my secretary to find some way to let the one group go so I can get the other group out, because ideological debates were serious stuff here. It was not for the faint-hearted. So we did that book, and I dare say, and this was extremely important, that we learned a lot in the process. And Comrade Isa and those other comrades who were engaged in this debate, and sometimes, I'll be honest, I thought, couldn't we have some less cumbersome and less fighting talk and have just simple texts for young people about Marxism without all these obscure sources that are being quoted in these debates? One comrade told me, you know what? You must change your attitude. Marxism is important because it's so difficult to understand. I said, oh. You understand what I mean? Marxism is so important because it's so difficult to understand. I'm still grappling actually with this idea because it's not as superficial it might seem, because, I think, yes, grappling with those ideas, trying to understand, helps also clarify and strengthen maybe your understanding. But definitely one would also wish that there's easier communication of these ideas. And I think even more so now when the young people are so confused about what is going on. Now, this is getting a bit too out of hand. I should try to stop. But let me say two things before I stop. One, as one gets on in age, one begins to understand what it means comrade. Because one has also seen comrades come and go. Comrades being bought, comrades being put into positions where being comrade is seen as being against the state and so on. And so everybody tries to hide that they were once comrades. Or, as the case may be, comrades now beginning to find meaning in evangelical texts. And those times, and it's remained true to the form, does tell you this is a comrade. And it is not simple. I'm saying this in a way to thank Comrade Isa for remaining who he has been for all these years, for not selling out, and for understanding also that not everybody who says comrade is a comrade. Because there are some people who are here who thought having a beer, doing what every 23-4 12-year-old man and girl do, chase each other, and thought the only way to do it, most important, is to drink milk. You know who I mean? You don't? Come on. You must know. This comrade who was the left of the left, the closest comrade of Walter Rodney. You know who I mean. Yeah, and now keeps a lot of cattle and has forgotten what imperialism is about, although he was shouting on the top of his voice that imperialists and these leaders who stay in power should be thrown out and to the sea. Well, anyway, Comrade Issa, thank you very much. And let me also say, yes, I think this is correct. This is correct. Because you also understand the agony of the present. When Tanzania cannot even make a statement about what's going on in Gaza. This, you need a comrade to be with you to understand this. Yes, because it's that bad. It is that bad. And when we were discussing in the other sessions about democracy, we'll have to come back. What do all these things mean? You know, words. So, thank you, Comrade Issa. Let me end by saying, by the way, yes, I know. Godwin, thank you very much also. Because Godwin and Ekodestria have been our good friends also. We work together. We haven't worked sufficiently enough together, but we will work together. And let me say also how extremely fantastic my life has been thanks to engaging with ideas of Shivji and other comrades. And that I'm sure I'll have a few more years because I'm still engaging with those ideas. How is that?
Thank you very much, Walter Bugaya. I have learned a thing or two that I didn't know. And I am happy that my colleagues, Dr. Kamata, was able to put you on the program with all the weaknesses in communication considered. So thank you very much. When we started working on this book, we also took a decision that Professor Issa Shivji was going to write a new introduction. And I think you were traveling to the US around that time. So when I wrote to you and said, okay, it looks like it's going to happen, we need an introduction. And his entry point in that introduction starts with the Gulf, not the Gulf War, the intervention in Iraq, and takes us to the discussion around global NATO's attack on Libya. At the time when we did this, we didn't know that we'd be launching the book in the current state where the genocidal war that is happening in Gaza is happening. But perhaps for me, even more depressing is that a university in Gaza was bombed. At least that's what the news says, that Al-Azhar University in Gaza was bombed. That university came into life after the late Yasser Arafat declared the need for there to be a university in Palestine. Those of us in the university have been socialized to assume that there is an ivory tower. But actually it doesn't exist anymore. Institutions like universities are fair game in war. I've seen communications from Mwalimu Sashivji on some of these issues. So it's perhaps important that you reflect not just about the book, but what it means today. So I want to welcome you to speak to the book.
Thank you, Godwin. Thank you, Walter. I'm amazed at the way Godwin and Walter could excavate those memories, because many of the things they were saying I've actually forgotten. And by the way, Godwin, that dinner that you talked about, the person who was behind it and who facilitated it was my partner Parin, who is here. And by the way, she is also the person who made sure with a whip in her hand that I finished writing the concept of human rights in Harare. Walter touched on the debate and so accurately recalled the atmosphere at the time. But I must say he did a good job of walking on a very thin fence. And one of the good job he did, that he got Babu, Abdul Rahman Muhammad Babu, to write the introduction. And Babu was not only a Marxist but a good diplomat as well, the way he wrote. So that saved both Babu and Walter from being identified with one or the other side. Comrades, friends and colleagues, at this time it is so difficult to talk about human rights, when humanity itself is being devastated by the horrific murder of children, men and women in Gaza. How do you talk about human rights when human beings themselves are being destroyed, when the dignity is being destroyed, when the countries, places of worship, places of education are sending into ruins? Just the other day there was a report that all the 11 universities of Gaza have been bombed. In this time it is so difficult to talk about human rights. When I wrote this book, finished the manuscript in 1988, the Berlin Wall had not fallen yet. Soviet Union had not disintegrated. Gulf Wars had not happened. Somalia, Libya, Iraq, and Afghanistan had not been decimated. When I wrote the introduction to the second edition, all that had happened. And Godwin touched on that I discuss and talk about the Libyan war. But Gaza had not yet happened. And you will see in my original book that I was still hopeful. I characterized human rights, the dominant discourse, as part of the ideology of imperialism. But I also believed and argued that human rights as a discourse could be reconceptualized, could be reconfigured, could be put on its head to become an ideology of resistance for the people to struggle against the domination, against their oppression. When I finished writing the introduction to the second edition, I began to argue, that we have to go beyond human rights talk. It was not a question of reconceptualizing, but it was a question of interrogating the very epistemology of human rights. I started doing that in the first edition when I isolated and analyzed the philosophical foundations of human rights and the political use to which human rights was put. Very briefly, the argument was the center to the philosophical premises of human rights was on the one hand individualism and on the other hand of abstracting the human being from society and abstracting from the fact that human being is a social being. But the individualism that I was talking at the time was the individualism of the Enlightenment period. It was the individualism of the Enlightenment period. There were aspects of it which could be rescued, which you could call broadly progressive. But then came the attack from neoliberalism. Then came the attack from neoliberalism, which is premised not an enlightened individualism. It is premised on a hedonist individual. An individual who is told is what matters is his or her self-interest. It cultivates selfishness. It preaches love thyself, love yourself. It has not an iota of enlightenment in it. That's the individual of neoliberalism. And how could you argue about the individual being a social being when Margaret Thatcher, the famous declaration by her, what society? There is no society. Remember? There are only individuals. There is no society. How do you talk about social being if there is no society? That's the ideology that ruled us for the last 2-3 decades. And that's the ideology we embraced, lock, stock, and barrel. Not only the politicians, but even in the academia. If there was a time at this university where the debates, discussions and progressive academic, which was the trademark of this university in the 70s, 80s, and part of 90s, was destroyed, as Christine mentioned. It was because of the neoliberalization of our university. They did not simply disappear. It was part of the overall onslaught of neoliberalism on our universities. There was a time when there was so much fear on this campus to talk, to discuss, because there was fear of surveillance. There was a time that 2 or 3 students could not meet together. There was, I'm saying was, I'm hoping it has gone. And Christine must make sure that it has gone. That you could not invite someone to give a public lecture. You must get Kibali. We became a Kibali society. And you must apply for Kibali a month ahead and say who is coming, what is going to talk, why are you inviting. And before you can do that, you must get the Kibali. Public lectures, public debates died. Literally, they died. I don't know how many months ago, Willie was visiting. I proposed to the Dean of the School of Law. Willie is an alumni. Why don't we invite him to give a lecture? I was told there is protocol to be followed. You cannot invite a former Chief Justice without informing the Chief Justice, who should have time to receive him. For me, it came as a shock because I was just not used to these protocols. Willie, for me, was a comrade, a former alumni of this university. Why can't he come to this campus? It never happened. I'm glad, and I thank Gwaza and Christine for getting here without being told that you need to follow protocol. And I'm glad also he doesn't follow any protocol either. This is the situation we are in. And now on top of it, we are getting what we are witnessing every day on our screens. In this situation, how do you talk about human rights? How can you pontificate about rights? We are used to progressive. We are used to talk about double standards of human rights. We used to talk about hypocrisy of human rights. Today, what double standards? There is no standard to start with. So how can you talk about double standards? Where is the standard? The only standard imperialism follows today is violence, is war. Today, imperialism has brought us on the precipice of World War III. Once Einstein was asked, what do you think will be the weapons of World War III? Einstein said, I don't know what will be the weapons of World War III, but I know what will be the weapons of World War IV. Stones and spears. And that we are witnessing in front of our eyes. This is the situation that we are witnessing. And as Walter mentioned, and I want to underscore it, for a Tanzanian, for a progressive Tanzanian who has lived through all these times, and you have seen much, it is so shameful. It is so shameful. Not that there is no statement from the powers that be, but even having simply a peaceful march is not allowed. Hakuna kibali. The other day, 4 or 5 football fans had Palestinian flag in their hands. They were arrested. But all over the streets of Dar es Salaam, you would see Israel's flag. This is the situation we are in, comrade. People are fearful. This university, very much unlike its tradition, has not said a word. When Iraq war happened, we had a symposium. We discussed the implications of Iraq war. When major events took place in the world, the university always discussed, the university led. And people recognized this university by that standard. And they believed in the university. The university was credible. Today, not. I really wanted to establish the context in which this symposium, this colloquium is taking place. And in the context of the launching of this book. I am saying, as intellectuals, as committed intellectuals, we have to seriously interrogate the epistemology of human rights and go beyond it. We have to go beyond the barbarism of capitalism and capitalist imperialism to human civilization based on solidarity. I said all these things, and we agonize over it. Many of us agonize over it. But humanity is not dead. Humanity is waking up. Witness what is going on all over the world. Millions of people protesting, demonstrating. Young people. The language of the sins of imperialism is coming back. What imperialism has done to humanity is coming back. The other day, you saw in your video clips, the young people in the US were hanging on the ship which was supposed to carry arms to Israel. For 5 hours and more, they kept hanging there. When you talk about heroism, it's never the heroism of individuals. It's the heroism of the masses. And these are the heroes. So, in spite of saying what I've said, I think we are witnessing an extremely important conjuncture. And in spite of all the agony and the pain that we feel, of course we feel, because we are human beings. In spite of that, there still is hope. Humanity is not dead. Let me end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Shivji. In the language that we are used to, think what you describe as an interesting conjuncture is a revelation of the contradictions of capitalism and imperialism and the manner in which it manifests itself. It's my pleasure to invite Comrade CJ, Emeritus, to come and both speak to the book, but also eventually lead us into a brief moment of launching the book. Then I will pick up from there with the rest of the details. Comrade CJ. I hope the protocol was enough.
Yeah, that's okay. You know, I would have loved to talk to you in Kiswahili, but, you know, Kenyans are very afraid of speaking Kiswahili to Tanzanians. Very afraid. And I remember once Mkapa came to Kenya. Moi had just stolen the election. And so he was one of the invited guests. And he spoke to Kenyans in Kiswahili. And I've told this story, so if you have heard it before, forgive me. So he said, yaliyopita si ndwele, tugange yaliyopo na yajayo. Even for me, who had studied here in Dar es Salaam, I didn't know what ndwele was. So I got hold of my kamusi and I found out what it was. And I realized Kenyans had clapped for Mkapa for saying that the election was stolen and move on. Yeah, so I'm happy to be back, you know, in Dar es Salaam. And I wanted to say, in 1989, when this book was published, I was doing my doctorate in Toronto, Osgood Hall Law School. And of course, the Soviet Union collapsed. And as you can imagine, in a university setting, where there was basically a liberal university, although there were Foucauldians there and Marxists as well. So there was a discussion. But in those discussions, and I was preparing to write a thesis on contracts, it was a very, 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 a very uncertain time, you know, for somebody who studied in Dar, whose intellectual development and ideological development was from this particular university, to get that confidence, you know, shaken. But there are 3 books, you know, that steadied me up. The 2 of them published by you. The TPH. There was of course, the Isa Shivji's book in the one we discussing in the first edition. Then there was this book by Lucas Kamisi, which was published on, you know, Imperialism Today. That was the title. And I believe it was an extension of the Dar debate on class, state, and imperialism. And when that debate was taking place, I was doing my master's here. And I think Bugoya described it very well. For a student, you know, who wants to get his master's, and my professor was Nabudere, Nabudere was supervising my thesis. So, you know, but I thought it was, you know, a great debate. And I'm happy that was published. So I I read this debate while I was in Toronto, and then I realized that there were, there were basic truths that the Fukuyama's book, The End of History, couldn't dismantle. And the third book was when Ndabudere himself was in Denmark in 1989. He wrote a manuscript which unfortunately hasn't been published, and its title was A Critique of the Political Economy of Social Imperialism. He wrote that when he was in Denmark. And his argument was that what collapsed in the Soviet Union was not socialism. And it tracked the polemics, between the various communist parties in the 50s in particular, China and the Albanians, Enver Hoxha, who are still criticizing what was happening in Soviet Union. And so he said those who are in charge were not socialists. I think he called them social bureaucrats, bourgeoisie. And so that was also comforting, that everybody saying this is the end of history, but there's some writing which just said the opposite. And those debates are still continuing. There's a book that has come out, The Afterlives of Chinese Communism. Maybe, I'm not sure I'm getting the title right, but continuing that debate. Samir Amin has written on it, Walter Rodney, and there are, various other scholars, who have dealt with this, this issue. So when you look at the Shivji's now, your introduction, it falls into that, trajectory of not only continuing to discuss, imperialism, discuss, this development that people are calling the emergence of, multipolar world. There's BRICS. So there is, in my view, there is hope. There is hope. In Nairobi, when I meet young people, I normally tell them this story that I don't know whether it's true, but it's about a Ugandan who formed a political party, and the objective of this political party was that the British should come back. And so when the elections took place, he got only 2 votes. So he asked his wife, I thought this was a noble idea. How did I lose? The wife tells him, you are ignorant, the British never left. That's why you lost. That's why you lost. So, and we see that. We see, in Kenya, we just King Charles III has just been in Nairobi, and there were quite a number of demonstrations. The young people even strapped a banner, around the statue of Kimathi, right? Basically asking Charles to let us have Kimathi's remains, because he has not had a decent burial. And we know that the British and the Kenyan government know exactly where Kibaki, not Kibaki, Kimathi was, was buried. Yeah, so the British didn't leave. I wrote a piece when Prince Charles was there, raising a constitutional argument, and this constitutional argument was, our constitution allows public participation. It's there, it's a value of governance. And so I was saying the people of Kenya didn't, and this is part of the policy. We have never debated it. The president is sending policemen to Haiti. We didn't participate. He has decided to side with Israel. We didn't participate. He has decided to invite our landlord without a conversation. And so I basically told Charles, safe travels, but when you come next, find out if we have participated in, inviting you to this country. So I think Shivji has talked about the state of the planet. One of the books that tells the story of American bombings is a book with the title, Why the World Hates America. And there is a chapter in that book that chronicles the bombings from 1899 when they exterminated the Native Indians, Native Americans, sorry. And it ends, in Iraq. So he leaves out, Afghanistan 3, Libya, Syria, and now, Gaza. And when you look at those who have been bombed, okay, it's horrifying that that kind of system should still be in existence. But there was always resistance. I think historians tend to look at domination and not resistance, and that's why I thought your approach of in the first edition and even this one of looking at this dominant discourse, but also the resistance to it. And I think what we are seeing in America and the rest of the world, it gives us hope. It's like when George Floyd was killed and the Black Lives Matter movement just, of course it was there, but it became very prominent because if I didn't actually realize how global Africa looks like until those demonstrations took place, and I'm seeing the same demonstrations over Gaza, and there's a hope there, but it's the question that we're asking ourselves is what kind of planet are we envisioning? A planet, is this system just? Is it egalitarian? Is it ecologically safe? Isn't it sexist? Okay, it's not gender just. It has a lot of inhumanity in it, and that's what we have to deal with. that background for me is important, and I think ISA gives. Can I have that? I think ISA gives us, when you look at the last reflections he has in the second, in the introduction to the second edition, is the struggle for democracy and the place of human rights struggle. That is, yeah, that one. And it's, I'll just read the last paragraph on page 28. It is this larger picture that we have attempted to locate the human rights ideology and the rights struggle. In this we see the reconstituted rights ideology at once as a critique of imperialist human rights ideology, at the same time an ideology of mobilization and legitimization of the struggles of the working people. And rights struggles and rights ideology may be seen as components of new democratic struggles in the process of democratic revolution. I dare say, I was telling Emil that I'm writing, some manuscript on transformative constitution, and I always have to go back to it because of what Shivji writes. And now, I have to consider what, I'm going to change. Okay, that was my second point. My third point is that one I was making about transformative constitutions, and they have, like the Kenyan one, what we call a progressive, Bill of Rights, and ISA has come, has also. Did you come to Nairobi, or when we were launching the constitution from the middle? I think it was virtual. Yeah, it was virtual, and he dealt with this issue of transformative constitutions. And the first thing he said was, revolutions make constitution. Constitutions don't make revolutions. But he said, but constitutions matter. And he said exactly, how they matter. And he dealt with the issue of sites of struggle within those constitutions, coming up with political demands, out of, the provisions of that constitution. And some of us have been doing that, because if I can give the example of land, for example, in Kenya, the constitution protects private property under Article 40 of the constitution. But in trying to mitigate it, talks about the commons, it talks about the grabbed lands should be returned to the state. And there is one, Article 68, that states that Parliament should legislate on the minimum and maximum acreage. Parliament hasn't done that, because you see, the Kenyatta family has 500,000 hectares, I think. Kibaki and Moi have another 1,000,000, and then the other billionaires who Oxfam says are 8,300, who own assets equal to the rest of us, 50 million. they own, millions and millions of stark inequality in terms of land. So Parliament hasn't touched that, and their struggles say we need this done. And then there's the issue of community land, which the Constitution decrees that if people don't want the land to be commodified, particularly communities, they want common grazing areas, they want common watering areas, then that land should not be commodified. And of course, there is the usual provision for, acquiring land compulsorily. So we're seeing that in our constitution as sites of struggle, but we quickly realized, and I think it's Professor Kibwana was asked about the constitution, and he said, yeah, the constitution is a beautiful baby. We birth a beautiful baby, but look who we gave the baby to, child traffickers. So what did you expect? People who traffic in children and body parts. So that realization also has been very interesting in terms of the struggles for, alternative, political leadership that can actually implement that constitution. There's Shivji might not know this, but in Kenya there is a network called Organic Intellectuals Network. And I don't think Gramsci said that organic intellectuals must be domesticated. They can they can be connected. They could be great auxiliaries to social movements even outside their own countries. And these are the social justice movements in Kenya, and Shivji knows quite a number. Isa knows quite a number of those. And there's something about them that's important, in the sense that they read a lot of your works. I think there's your book on NGOs. They read it, and there's a lot of reading, and these are when you come to see them, these are self-educated, young people, but they read. They read a lot, and Walter Rodney and Shivji, and even Ngugi. There's in Mathare a book club called Matingari, which is one of Ngugi's books. And I think that's also, a case for hope. People who are reading. And also Kenya has the Communist Party of Kenya. I was telling Isa that I think their communism is frozen in 1917. They actually have the Bolshevik flag, hammer and sickle, and but they are committed to implementing the constitution. You have another party, the Revolutionary Socialist League in Nairobi as well. I think when you came to Nairobi, there were quite a number of those young people who saw your great film. And then there are the Social Democrats, United Green Movement, and another party called Ukweli. And there is a talk of in Kenya now of a united progressive front of the left, whatever the left is. But there is there's a discussion, about that. And I remember giving those study groups this review of your book by Paul O'Connor. I think I got it from you. So I sent it to them, and this is what this reviewer says, actually. He says, much like the Ogia's declaration, Shivji's work has not received the attention that it merits. This is no doubt in part due to the very relationships of imperial and new colonial hierarchy that Shivji himself identified, but it is also because Shivji's critique of human rights and attempt to reconceptualize human rights in the service of revolutionary struggles is far less palatable than the petty bourgeois and the pseudo-radical critiques that leave the sense of imperialism and class struggle, untouched. So there is, again, as I was saying, these particular groups, it's a welcome, movement. So I wanted to end. I was tempted to do what judges do. You doze off through the hearing, and when you wake up, you say you have heard what your learned friends have said, judges, and you have nothing useful to add. But, I wasn't asleep, and I think I heard what was said. And I endorse it. Now, the last thing is it's a story about the man you are talking about, in Dar. He didn't say who it was, but it's Museveni, okay? So let's... Yeah, Museveni studied, in Dar es Salaam. He was the chair of the University of African Students Revolutionary Front. And actually in Dar, I thought, I was convinced that he helped us, as students, deal with what he called academic terrorists. People who in class would, if you put up your hand and say, you are interfering with the train of my thought, sit down. So Museveni, there are a few stories about Museveni. You can read Karim Hiriji's book on Cheche, right? You get a great story there about the Rag Day and how it was abolished. But what I remember is as a first year, I stopped Museveni and asked him, you seem to have good arguments about why this Rag Day should be abolished, because it's an abuse to the poor and also socialism in Tanzania. And he was just looking at me and said, what year are you? I said, in first year. And so he said, students are supposed to be told, not to be consulted. And I've always remembered those words by, Kaguta, Museveni. And I never actually saw him without military fatigues. And I know he had bodyguards, right? He had bodyguards. I don't know what his fear was. The last thing about Museveni, somebody wrote on the board. Was it Fakit Rolo? I think it's So Pishoto who tells that story. He wrote on the board, all the great leaders, of the world are dead. It mentions Marx, mentioned Madeleine, I think, from Lumumba, Engels, and then full stop. And he said, I myself am not feeling too well. He was quite a character. The last time I met Museveni was in 2019 when I was, 2013 when I was swearing in President Uhuru as the President of Kenya. And I sat between him and his wife. And so we talked. He asked after Kenyan, students, and then all of a sudden he asked me a crazy question: who are you? I thought, what's wrong with this guy? He's probably going to, thinking of, intimidating me or whatever. But our leaders, the story about our leaders is for another day. It's for another day. But I think it's an interesting story, because we should know as East Africans and Africans that the people we vote in as our leaders are not our rulers. The rulers are in the background. Shivdi described them. Internally, the compradors. Externally, the imperialist bourgeoisie. And now it's coming very, very, very clear. Coming very, very clear. In the case of Kenya. These are things we laugh about. President Ruto these days is called Nabi Zakayo because of his evangelism. But Zakayo was a tax guy, if you remember, in the Bible. He's taxing everything. But I think nations that oppress other nations also oppress their own people. And that's why I think the solidarity, between a global north and the global south around changes that will give us another planet, is very, 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 very important. And congratulations, Mwalimu, for your this second edition. Don't worry if people don't read your stuff. You just need to read Matthew 13, verse 57, about prophets, what Jesus said about prophets. So you are our prophet in Nairobi, and that's good enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade CJ. While I was listening to him, fortunately I didn't doze. He said something about participation. And I thought it would be a mistake for us to formally launch the book before the people participate. So I'm going to request that we take the mics, and if there is anybody who has an intervention, I have roughly 20 minutes for interventions from the floor. We'll circulate the mics, and if you have a nice thing to say, feel free to say loudly. If you have a nasty thing, I don't know what you need to do, but you can say. So please, if I can spot any hands, I'll pick you. Meantime, I want to, in the process, appreciate in absentia Vijay Prasad, who wrote the foreword to this book within record time. We really did appreciate that. And of course, Mwalimu Shivji mentioned Parin. Both for the dinner, I'm not sure if I said thank you after I finished the dinner that day. If I forgot, thank you, but also for making sure that this project goes through. Amil, in the background, I think, and many other comrades who have played an important role in this. I get the sense that nobody wants to say anything. Oh, okay. I'm waiting for your hand to go up. Can I start with you? Okay, please.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Professor Shivji. This is indeed a great book, and I think it is one of those invaluable pieces that should actually be kept right next to a mantle somewhere. And I also want to thank Professor Emeritus. What a great way of actually trying to introduce a really nice piece which everyone should actually take in stride in looking forward to how change can actually be manipulated. And I also want to congratulate the publisher, Walter Goya, for having had the courage, and especially at this time, a time where it looks very bleak outside, for any kind of divergent voices to emerge and to actually speak of something which is really happening at the very moment, a genocide taking place in Gaza. I know I will speak tomorrow about something, but for today, I want to throw the challenge back to us. Is this piece only going to be part of what we keep in our bookshelves? How do we move this conversation away from just the academic pondering that we are going to have? What do we do next now that we have this information with us? What next then? Because this is always going to remain within the circles of academic engagement. What is the game plan? How do you move from here, knowing what is happening? How do you move from here to actualize so that we are not under the thumb of the people who are behind the scenes taking charge of our countries? This game plan, if we do not have it, those in leadership will only end up speaking to ourselves. It will never change. And this is the reason why I went into a political leadership of the university, because I believe in action. I believe in moving forward and seeing through that not only are we having intellectual athleticism, but then we can always move forward and do something. And this is the difference, I think, that actually exists between the intellectuals of the 70s. Right now, I sit in a position which CJ Emeritus actually sat in before at the University of Nairobi. But he was willing, at the cost not only of his life, but the cost of his career. How many of us are willing to do that? That is the challenge. And I think as the writer, the publisher, and the forward person has actually given us, then it is up to us to keep asking ourselves, then what next? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is an intervention from there.
Thank you very much. If I may start by introducing myself. My name is Bahame Tomnyanduga. I'm a student of the 70s. I joined the Faculty of Law, nowadays they call it the School of Law, 1974. So I was just in the middle of the exit of the first period of the first group of the Walter Rodneys, and I'm sure CJ. It's very humbling to hear us calling him Comrade CJ, which is not common to us in Tanzania. We would have been calling Honorable CJ. So it's very humbling to be here with Comrade CJ. But I happened also to be a student at the time of the Nabuderes, Professor Shivji, and other luminaries such as Professor Harub. In those days, in the Faculty of Law, we had the IDS studies. The social sciences had East African social studies, and it opened up a lot of thoughts among the students at that time. I was actually taken aback, and I asked my colleague here, why did the audience clap when the DVC granted freedom? I was a bit surprised, but then later I understood the context. But if I may say some of the things which happened in those days, and this has to do a bit of the subject which will come later, academic freedom. There was a lot of public debate on the campus. There were seminars. These seminars, actually interesting enough, I'm not talking about the seminars in class, in the faculties. I'm talking about seminars which took place on a Sunday morning. And some of us skipped church in order to attend the seminars, because some of these topics which were discussed at the seminars were not taught in class. So this is how you grow intellectually. So I'm just saying this to just underline the concern or the point that was expressed earlier when the colloquium was being opened in terms of the intellectual freedom on the campus. So this is a very important matter, and I believe this matter will be taken on. Professor Issa did mention that there was a question of even Vibali before you 2 or 3 students meet. It's a bit surprising for some of us who were at the university in those days. But the point I wanted to contribute to the discussion around the book, I happen to be, if I may call myself, a practitioner of human rights. And this is because I have served on the African Commission on Human People's Rights. I have been chair of the Commission for Human Rights and Good Governance in Tanzania. And basically the framework was the bourgeois, the Western conception of human rights, albeit that we know the African Charter brought in various aspects of socio-economic rights, as well as certain conceptions of African human rights. But the point I wanted to emphasize here is what I'm hearing about the book, and I have to confess that I did not read the first edition, but I will be reading the second edition studiously. This book should be made one of those compulsory teaching books in our universities. Professor Issa did mention one point in his discussion, the role of violence in governance. Violence as a standard. We are talking about Gaza. You know, 3 key principles in human rights, Western notion of human rights, is dignity, equality, and non-discrimination. When you see the bombings falling on Gaza, and when you hear the disquiet, in Tanzania, in Africa, there's nothing being said about Gaza. It's only in small chat groups on WhatsApp that you come to learn about what is happening around us. But there's silence. And I want to take us back to about 40 years ago when I was here. As the students, we demonstrated in support of liberation in Southern Africa. Professor Casemiro mentioned about the role of Tanzania in the liberation struggle. We used to go, and when we go to Manzese, we are confronted by the police. just because we were supporting, and it was unauthorized. We never even sought Vibalis. We just wanted to express solidarity with the oppressed people. When it comes to this generation, when you don't hear that solidarity, you wonder what has happened. So I just wanted to emphasize the point of the relevance of this book. Let this book go back and reignite the feeling about what is the role of human rights as described by Professor Issa Shivji. That let's look at the other side of the victim. And I think this is now being clearly seen, as I said. You cannot subscribe to human rights in Gaza and then say there's dignity, there's equality, there's non-discrimination. Actually, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is being torn down in Gaza. International humanitarian law is being torn down in Gaza. It's like these principles which we have been fed, we learned, and we have memorized them. It's like they don't exist. And you really wonder where we are going. So I just want to plead again with the organizers, with the publisher. I'm sure will make enough copies so that they are available to many of us. But in scholarship, in terms of scholarship, this book should be used to bring out the discourse so that people understand the conception which Professor Issa has brought out. I want to thank again all of you, and particularly it has been a privilege to be amongst you. It has been maybe so many years since I was last here. I used to attend Kigoda, but maybe it has been a number of years since I was here last, so it was a privilege. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. I know that there are two hands that I need to point out. Is there any female participant who wants to make an intervention? Please, before I take the other two hands. I have my colleague from Makerere, and then I have at the back. Okay, so we'll conclude with those ones, make them short, and then go to the lunch.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Professor Shivji and the publishers for the commendable job. By introduction, I'm Robert Kakuru. I'm not part of the 70s, though the head may deceive you that I'm part of the 70s. I really want to thank the team because this publication, the book is timely, based on the subsisting human rights situation in Africa and beyond, where we are having darkness at noon in very many countries and very many institutions. But I really want to say that maybe as we launch this book, we should be thinking of the next edition, because the violators or the perpetrators of human rights violations are not sitting. It's like they're always in the laboratory doing experiments each day. Each day has a new challenge that is different from yesterday's challenge. And you'll be surprised that as we launch this book today, in various countries, you'll find a very unique situation that is actually not reflected in the current book. Though the principles remain the same, the operating environment is changing every day, and it becomes a very big challenge in terms of how to promote and protect human rights in Africa. But I really want to thank you, and I think I'll get time to read the book and understand its content, but I believe that based on our operating environment, we must remain at it. The environment is changing every day. I thank you.
Thank you very much. At the back. As the mic goes there, I'm informed that I have a little bit more time. So if there's any additional intervention, please feel free to signal me.
Okay. Hello? Okay. I'm not sure if it's audible. My name is Sabato Yamsenda. I'm an assistant. Hello. Yeah. Now it's audible. My name is Sabato Yamsenda, an assistant lecturer in the Department of Political Science and Public Administration. I would also like to join those who have spoken to commend Comrade Issa, as we call him, for the second publishing of the book. I think I heard Advocate Nyanduga recommending the book to be compulsory. And I actually have to say that I first saw and read the book as an undergrad student. It was a compulsory book, and I believe it still is, in a third-year course in political science, human rights. It's PS 342, so it still is. We tried to read it. It was difficult to understand back then, and of course there is a problem, which is part of, it's a university-wide problem. The reading culture among students has eroded, so we need to encourage our students to read it, and those who can adopt it in their courses should, but it's already being read at this university in political science specifically. Also, maybe to go by what Comrade Willie Mtunga had started about the young people in Nairobi who are keeping the spirit of the 60s and 70s alive. That is not only happening in Nairobi, it's also happening in Dar es Salaam. I remember, actually, in East Africa. So the comrades that he's mentioning in Nairobi, for instance, are part of what we call the Ujamaa Collective, which brings together grassroots organizations, organic intellectuals from the left, from Tanzania, Kenya, and other African countries. So we meet annually. For instance, this year the meeting is going to be in Tanzania. It rotates. Initially it was rotating between different African countries, but now it's between Kenya and Tanzania. So everything that is happening in Kenya is also taking place in Tanzania. But of course, I must say that the comrades in Kenya are also very good at making their work public, but we are also trying in Tanzania. So for instance, we have a comrade who will speak tomorrow, I think Comrade Tina, who is the chair of a cooperative, a grassroots organization. Comrade Issa has been championing the idea of building commons. I hope we'll have an opportunity next time to talk about that, because it's his new theoretical but also a practical recommendation on the way forward. So Comrade Tina, for instance, is involved in building cooperatives from below, democratic cooperatives, which have been very dear to Comrade Issa's theorization. I've also seen in the timetable Comrade Kido, Jasper Kido is here around, who will be reciting, is an advocate, but also a poet, so he'll be reciting a poet later. He's also very critical, always, of the University of Dar es Salaam. So that 1970s spirit is not dead. The ideological crises are still alive, and the young people are keeping this legacy alive, and they are going a step further, to take this knowledge, not necessarily to take, but to create organic links between the university and the grassroots, building organizations, engaging in the organizations of the masses. The generation of the 60s and 70s, if you look at their writings, most of them were in English, for instance. The younger comrades are going a step further in trying to either write summaries of the same writings in Kiswahili, or even coming up with new writings. Maybe I should also blow my own trumpet. I have collected and edited 2 books. One of it is Wavuja Jasho Dhidi ya Soko Huria, which is a collection of essays that have been narrated by different people, like working people. The concept of working people, which has been very dear to Issa's theorization. So you will find there are essays written by motorcycle taxi drivers, boda, bajaj drivers, peasants from rural areas who are suffering from dispossession and all that. And then, yes, small-scale manners and all, like the concept of the working people in Tanzania. And recently, we have written another one, which is a quasi-academic book called Wamachinga na Hakijiji nchini Tanzania. The struggle, basically the street vendors and the struggle for the right to the city in Tanzania. Drawing on the same critique of the concept of human rights and trying to re-articulate it as now an ideology of resistance. And it's also in Swahili, and it is being adopted by different organizations and used as tools for pedagogy of the oppressed, whether by peasant organization and other organizations, trade unions and others. So that fire is still alive, Comrade Issa. Nothing is dead, and I have to assure you that the young generation will keep this alive. I also have to thank our principal, Professor Noe. She has been very committed. I was actually talking to one of the college leaders saying, what are we going to do so that in the next 10 years, the story shouldn't always be talking about within nostalgia, about the 60s and 70s, but about the present, you know? She has been very committed to make sure that we revive the spirit of the 60s and 70s by organizing seminars, opening the doors which are otherwise being closed to debate. I know I'm a staff of the university, so I don't want to sound very critical. It might be even risky to do that. It might not be even popular because we are also allergic to these critical discussions, even amongst ourselves, meeting, like we meet, we don't meet regularly to even debate, but she's committed to that, to opening those doors and making sure that we take the university back to its old days, but in a new era. So all that is happening, and I am sure in the next few years, that will be back to its feet, thanks to all these efforts by academics and grassroots activists. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I never have a chance to be as generous with time as I have today. If there is no additional... okay, there you are. I'll make that the last one.
Okay, thank you very much. My name's Julius Ntwenya. I'm the president for the Academic Staff Association of Tanzania. We call it a SAPOCT. They read this question like, how are we taking the work of Professor Shivj? Our plan is to invite Professor Shivj next year in January to speak about academic freedom and human rights. And during that month, we'll also celebrate the work, the academic life of Professor Shivj. He will be having an opportunity to speak to more than 40,000 students and the academic community at the University of Dodoma. So whoever is seated here, you are invited. Professor, please plan to come. Last month, we had our council meeting, and we made a resolution that we must make the work of the academics, the academic staff, known and known to everybody. Professor, in your presentation, you described how life has been difficult getting permission to have symposium, seminars, etc., etc. I want to assure everyone seated here that the life hasn't changed much. We are still experiencing the same. I've been a president as a student, also a chairperson for the Academic Staff Association for 4 years, a senator, member of the council, and now the president for the Academic Staff Association. So the life is not different. We have a beautiful baby or babies, but who carries this beautiful baby? The legal framework is still not very appealing. If you read the education policy of 1995, the education policy was somewhat giving space, though there's no any mention of academic freedom, but somewhere you can read and find that the space was there. Life has not changed. Universities can make course outlines, curriculums, but there are other decision-making bodies somewhere which will say whether your curriculum is relevant or not. So we'll have to push for this agenda. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should bring this session to a close. I would like to invite Comrade CJ and Mwalimu Isa Shivji together to go to the tape and cut the ribbon. Betha, I think we have a scissor somewhere, right? Yeah, right there. And then there are a few people who, after that, I would like you to join here for a group photograph. I think it's you are coming in solidarity with the culmination of a real exercise of writing, publishing this book. So, Comrade CJ and join them here. For the colleagues who already have a copy of the book, please join Mwalimu Shivji and CJ for a group photograph. Those who already have a copy of the book, those who already have a copy of the book, please. Use mine. Yeah, you can use mine. I deliberately selected Betha Kibona to join that group because she's the first Tanzanian to work at the Codesria Secretariat in Dakar. So I want to flag that out. Thank you very much. Keep a copy. Keep the copy. Yes. I want to make one or two announcements before I hand over to Dr. Ngwaza Kamata. The first one is that we have a few copies of the book available on sale outside. I am informed that either 35,000 Tanzanian shillings or $15. They are available out there. I didn't consult Mwalimu Shivji on this, but I have a pen. 15 US dollars or 35, pardon? Actually, in Zimbabwe, they use bond. It's 15 US dollars or 35,000 Tanzania shillings. I didn't consult Mwalimu Shivji, but I have a pen. If you get a copy and you want him to autograph, I believe you'll be happy to do that. So please feel free to get a copy. I also want to, therefore, use this opportunity to thank the college and Professor Christine Noe for facilitating this engagement. I want to thank Gwaza Kamata for being an effective coordinator for this particular event. My two colleagues from Codesria, Samuel Fongwa and Betha Kibona, thank you for helping us in this work. I want to recognize the presence of Dr. Mshai Mwangola, who is a member of the Codesria Executive Committee, Professor Adebayo Lukoshi, who is a former Executive Secretary of Codesria, but the current chair of the Scientific Committee of Codesria, and perhaps most importantly also to recognize the presence of Mwalimu Senkoro, former member of the Executive Committee of Codesria. I will retire from the podium shortly. Can I request Kamata to come and join us? Thank you very, very much, all of you, for joining us for this occasion to launch the second edition of Professor Isa Shivji's book. It is not the end, it's the start of what we came to do here. Thank you very much, and all the very best.
Thank you, Godwin. We are about to break for lunch, but since they are still preparing, laying the table, I will take a few minutes to say what I choose to say. And one, in the context of what has been said, is some anecdotes on the past and probably the present. And one that crossed my memory when we were talking about solidarity and humanity, it reminded me of a seminar which was held at what Majamba always likes to call the Faculty of Law, not the School of Law. If he uses the School of Law, he will add formally Faculty of Law. He is nostalgic of the past. And I think they make a lot of sense. Moving from faculty to school and school without schools. I think those who understand what a school means, they will understand. So it's a school without a school. But there was a seminar, I think it's on the 90s. And I was a student. No. It was late 80s. I was an undergraduate. And usually we managed to hold seminars in the evening. And there was one at the Faculty of Law, and Wamba was giving a seminar. And he was sharing his experience when he was arrested and detained by Mobutu Sese Seko. And what he said is that if human beings were like flies, he would have never been released from detention. Because flies have no sense of unity, have no sense of solidarity. If you kill one fly, it comes over to the killer. It doesn't have a sense that there's immediately a fly has been crushed and killed. And why? He was saying that because the noises which were made by colleagues, and then he was mentioning the University of Dar es Salaam, and if I'm correct, that gave birth, the genesis for the formation, it was a committee of Free Wamba, and that gave rise to UDASA, the birth of UDASA, the University of Dar es Salaam Academic Assembly. So, I don't know what is happening now. I think we are increasingly becoming flies. And I would say this, for example, in 1990s, students' leaders were arrested here for reasons that I don't want to dwell into. One of them is a minister today of education, Professor Adolf Mkenda. He was arrested. He disappeared. He was following up on the arrest of his president, the university, the campus president here. And then there is the university president, which included the Muhimbili University, which is the university today. It was a faculty. So there was a president. By then I think they were presidents. And I'll come to that, about how students' associations are organized these days. He was arrested. And students didn't go to classes. Okay? They made a lot of noises. He was, I think after, I don't know how long, but almost a week, he was released. So I'm mentioning this to show the importance of solidarity. There was a time, and Zito is sitting there. Zito, is here for different reasons, and I decided to invite him deliberately. He was a student leader, Darusso. It was called Darusso. And I met him in that context of struggles, etc. Students are struggling, and I was in UDASA, and you were trying to find a solution to calm them down. He was a very difficult student leader to convince on anything. I think he's still a very difficult guy to convince on anything. If he stands for something, then it's very difficult to change him. I think I'm still right, huh? Anyway, but what happened, and this is 1997, Zito as a politician. He was involved in a saga. He made a comment in the parliament, I think. Was it 97? On mining act and the government signing agreement with investors, etc. And then it became an issue. He was suspended from the parliament. And students were organizing. They invited him. I remember. They invited him to come to speak. He was a forbidden visitor to the university. But he managed to come because I was in consultation with the students. I was not a student leader. I don't know what capacity I had. I was a teacher, and I was in connection with the student. It was DUPSA organizing, which is an association which we formed when we were undergraduate students. So we had discussed and we say, okay, of course there was some room of freedom because you were not required to request for a room, and so you can maneuver. So they organized it to what is called Nyerere Theater 1. And Zito was somewhere hiding, and then he managed to come. I think they held the meeting. But you can see that freedom from that time slowly was being, I don't know what the word in English, kuminywa, squeezed. And the most recent cases is where I think Isa said that if you are inviting and you're organizing a talk, it's like the law in Tanzania. If you are a political party and you want to organize a rally, then you have to report to the police and you say what time is your rally going to happen, who is going to speak, etc., etc. So I know some of my students try to organize, and they will be asked who is a guest, who is a speaker, and if you say it's a Shivji, maybe he's a professor emeritus, what do we do? Unfortunately, There is nothing we can do about it. He's a member of staff, emeritus professor. But if you say, Zito now can come, you know, I don't know why. But there was a time if you mentioned Zito, they would say, no. But now you can come. I don't know why. There are people who cannot come easily on campus, as we are talking. If you mention and you say, this is the topic, and the speaker is so and so, and they will say, okay, or which day, Independence Day. And I remember that incident. Students were organizing something on Independence Day, 9th December, and they were told, you know, this needs a lot of preparations, and you should consult and make it better. Basically, the students were denied to organize an event on Independence Day. Anyway, I just want to share some of these anecdotes to impress upon you on the state of the academia, and the academic. I think my colleagues just mentioned on who vets. I didn't even think, you know, when you mentioned that if I draw my course outline, someone has to look at it. I actually didn't cross my mind that TCU does that in a way, because in the past, you propose a course, it is Senate of the university which endorses it, but today, no, it has to go somewhere. But this is the beginning of the discussion that we are going to have for the next 2 days. So having said that, now let me, I hope the food is there, because if I say I'm inviting you for lunch and lunch is not there, come back and eat me. So thank you very much, and let us break for lunch.
Academic freedom, on democracy and sustainable development, is somebody who has worked in each one of those fields. Most of us are distinguished because we invest a lifetime of work in one of those 3 fields, the people who've been in this room today. But our keynote speaker has managed to do this and invest a lifetime of work and continues to do that in each of these 3 fields. I am setting him up because the last time we were together here at the University of Dar es Salaam, we began to ask him for a collection of his speeches because he said, I can't write my memoir right now. I've still got so much living to do. But his collection of speeches in itself, we felt was worth beginning, especially as early career, mid-career, as well as our seniors. I think all of us would have felt it would be worth us investing some time in looking at his thoughts over the years. So I'm using my platform to ask each of you in the break to push him, to put pressure on him, so that, there we've got the publication, so that we can leave here with one tangible publication. Okay, now there's a fight going on. This is great because we were told intellectual spaces are about debate. My brother, I always call you Mwalimu because you're Mwalimu Bugoya, this morning said that the purpose of intellectual debate is not so that we can agree with each other, but it is to create a space where we can vibrantly and passionately engage the ideas. So, our keynote speaker, I'm still talking about him, is currently a distinguished professor at the Wits School of Governance. But before that, because we are talking about academia, and I know we have students in the room, he actually began his academic career when he received as a student at the Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria, Nigeria, before going on to earn his doctorate at the University of Leeds. I wanted to mention the ABU in Zaria because the last time we were here, one of the things that Prof was very passionate about was paying tribute to the kind of debates we heard about in the morning and telling us about how, as a student at the time, all the way in Nigeria, they were receiving and benefiting from the intellectual production of the University of Dar es Salaam. So he comes back not only as a visiting intellectual, but really as somebody I think you can claim as one of your products. I also want to say that having done, as I said, he's done his time as a student, as a member of staff, he also has served in a range of institutions. I'm not going to read all of them, but it ranges everywhere from the African Union to providing intellectual leadership to a range of think tanks and on the boards of several institutions, such as the Development Policy Management, West African Civil Society Institute, the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, Africa Governance Institute, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Nordic Africa Institute, South Center, Geneva. I could go on and on. But what I'm trying to illustrate is that having done the thinking, having engaged the theory, having done the teaching, he has also spent time actually practicing and seeing whether the thought he has hits the ground and what it looks like. My own favorite I was going to just put in is the Institute. When he was at the Institute for Economic Development and Philosophy, IDEP, I remember he gathered a group of us, and I want to pay tribute because Onibayo would bring a group of cultural actors. Most of us were musicians, we were directors of cultural centers, we were actors, and he put us together in conversation with policy actors from the Ministry of Planning. And I can tell you that was the most interesting exercise. But what I appreciated about what he did is he first brought us together as cultural actors. And after we had spent a few days saying everybody understands the importance of culture, he told us, no, now the next time I bring you, you must make the people who work as policy actors in the Ministry of Economic Development or development wherever they are in the continent understand and get the same passion so that you can translate your passion into real data, into real policy. I'm saying that to say that when he comes to talk to us about human rights, when he comes to talk to us about issues of academic freedom, democracy, and sustainable development, he comes with a solid grounding. And because I'm not the keynote speaker, let me just finish by saying that Adebayo Olukoshi, our keynote speaker, has served as the Codestria Executive Secretary. I am very proud that when I joined Codestria 25 years ago, he is the one of those who welcomed me, who nurtured me, who continued to teach, and who continued to mentor. He is our current chair of the scientific committee, and it therefore gives me so much pleasure, so much joy to be able to welcome Professor Adebayo Olukoshi.
Thank you very much indeed, Mshai, for this very artful setup. It's very difficult to escape the commitment which you have thrust on me to produce those collections of essays, and I will oblige eventually. I'm a child of Dar es Salaam in many ways, as you mentioned, of the University of Dar es Salaam, which I knew ever before I came to this country. The names of Isa, of Walter, of Mahmoud, of Nabudere, of Karim Hirji, name them, Walter Rodney, all those who are the animators and drivers of what came to be known as the Dar es Salaam School resonated in our classrooms as undergraduates at Ahmadu Bello University in the north of Nigeria. And there's a sense in which the radical school of Zaria considered itself actually to be a twin of the Dar es Salaam School, holding the flag of critical scholarship, engaged scholarship, high on the West African side of things. And in the midst of some of the crisis, would be an appropriate word, that came to hit the university system across the continent. I believe that my set was actually amongst those of undergraduates who benefited from some of the migrants from the Dar es Salaam School and came to Zaria, of the likes of Arnold Temu, of the likes of Bonaventure Swai, of Horace Campbell, just to name a few of them. And I think it spoke in a certain sense to a unity of purpose that was constructed around a shared vision of the emancipation of our continent. And although, as was alluded to this morning, there was probably a feeling of a Tower of Babel about the various perspectives that underpinned the debates that were going on. I can assure you, Comrade Walter, that we did not also have a shortage of people in Zaria whom we either nicknamed Koskiites, kulaks, social imperialists, and so on and so forth. Some of them classmates, others teachers, but depending on where people stood in the debates, those names also were reproduced on the campus of Ahmadu Bello University. In a certain sense also, I could almost move a motion to simply adopt the formulation of the impact of neoliberalism on rights, generally speaking, as presented to us by Isa earlier on. But I'm sure that simply moving that motion will not do for this afternoon. And so allow me to say that I take as my starting point where you almost concluded, which is that at least in our contemporary times, within our living memory, we have probably not witnessed an ideology and a policy frame that has been more damaging of humanity than neoliberalism. And its origins appeared to be very innocent when the conversations in the 1970s began to gather momentum about how to end what seemed to be the beginnings of the crisis of post-1945, post-war global economic development. You recall that in the period leading up to 1945, much rethinking was going on. And perhaps it was one of those periods when Karl Marx's Capital sold more copies than at the time it was published. But much thinking was going on against the backdrop of two wars, against the backdrop of a Great Depression, against the backdrop of the collapse of the League of Nations, the predecessor to the United Nations, about how to get the arrangement not only of domestic, social, and economic policy right, especially with a view to putting an end to the boom and bust cycle that obviously was now accepted as characterizing capitalism. Surprise, surprise, Karl Marx had, of course, written about this in Das Kapital, or formally mainstreamed into the conversation of the dominant classical economists and development thinkers of the time, but also at the global level on how to win the peace, to end the scourge of war in our times, as was proclaimed at the founding conference of the United Nations. And the main contribution that was acceptable within the framework of power at the time came from John Maynard Keynes, who not only had ideas about how the boom-bust cycle of capitalism that had become so ruinous could be more easily managed, but also how on a global scale, cooperation among nations in the economy, on trade issues, could also be better regulated as to ensure a sense of common and shared prosperity to underpin the quest for a stable framework for assuring the peace. And that became the origin of the Keynesian strand in classical economic theory. Keynes's idea centered around the important role of the state and the way in which the state, following the cycle of accumulation, could intervene so as to regulate periods of growth, but also manage periods of decline, particularly with a view to taming unemployment, which, as you might remember, was one of the biggest consequences of the Great Depression of the interwar years. Unemployment for John Maynard Keynes was therefore defined, at least in domestic public policy terms, as public enemy number one. And for Keynes, again, don't forget, he came out of a school of classical economics, which actually understood the interrelationship from the times of Ricardo and even Adam Smith, the relationship between politics and economics in the governance of societies. That he actually came to underscore that the one way in which you could secure the dignity of people was not only by creating what nowadays is referred to as a capable state, but also ensuring that unemployment was properly tamed. So that the goal, therefore, of public policy, the number one purpose of public policy, was employment generation and preservation. And that basically was the state of affairs until the 1970s, in which the state played an active and interventionist role in the economy. Let's leave aside the propaganda that was to come in the 1980s, that the problem of the African state was that it was interventionist. In fact, every state in the period from the 1940s, when the Keynesian revolution in economics and development thinking took place, was by definition an interventionist state. And the most successful states were those that were better able to manage public expenditures in ways in which, during periods of crisis, resources that came later on in the new millennium to be known as quantitative easing, and so on and so forth, will be pumped into the economy in order to ride out and create a counter-cyclical dynamic to keep economies going. By the 1970s, which, again, come to think of it in historical terms, in comparative terms, was probably the most prolonged run of growth that capitalism had known. A period from 1945 to the early 1970s, 1973, the OPEC oil price revolution of that year, was basically a period of massive growth in economies, and with it in living conditions. Living conditions that translated into not just per capita incomes increasing, but also national GDPs transforming, infrastructure investment taking place, inventions, technological inventions, what David Lance called Prometheus Unbound, the god of technology unleashed, as it were, to create a dynamic that was also underpinned by industrialization. Industrial capital with its long-term perspective, as opposed to financial capital with its very short-term speculative perspective. By the 1970s, this run of growth began to wane. And on its side came what in economics came to be referred to as a season of stagflation. Economies that were stagnating, inflation, price inflation that was rising. And it was in this context that the early attacks against the Keynesian economic model began to gain in currency, led by what, again, for those who are familiar with it, was referred to as the Chicago Boys. It was the Chicago School of Economics, an extremely right-wing school of economics. The dean earlier in the morning referred to the rise of quantitative social sciences. Actually, the first behavioral revolution in the social sciences was also going on around that time in the United States in the 1970s, when there suddenly emerged a methodological fascination with numbers and with quantification. Everything, including even love relationships, were to be measured in terms of figures and computed accordingly. Integration of nations, national unity, Karl Deutsch and others came up with frameworks of quantification, and the Chicago School became famed as a center that effectively broke from qualitative social science to promotion, was premised on a very strong ideological ground. And, you know, the Chicago Boys and their principal, their most eloquent spokesperson, a first-class honors person, clearly a very bright mind, took the view that actually it was wrong to assume that the enemy of public policy and therefore of social advancement generally was unemployment. Rather, public enemy number one was inflation. And what needed to be done was to tame inflation, including through the repression of public expenditures and also a dismantling of the interventionist role of the state in order to allow markets to fix prices and values. It was a very simple, attractive argument. The state had become too big. The state had become too interventionist. The state was watching over every move that we made. The ideological campaign against the state gathered momentum in a very direct way, to a point where I think, as Issa mentioned, by the end of the 1970s, we were no longer talking about the state as what we would nowadays call a collective public good, even in spite of all of the contestations of classes around it and within it. But rather, it came to be seen in the neoliberal vision as essentially an evil entity. And I'm using that word advisedly, an evil entity. Mrs. Thatcher actually did refer in one of her speeches to the evil state and the evils of interventionism. and how you needed to get the state off the back of people so that people could just be allowed to be. Let the market fix everything and sort out relations in society in that process. And it was exactly in that context, as the 1970s wore on, that we saw very strategic moves that were made by the neoliberals to basically conquer the heights of power. Beginning in the United States itself through the Treasury Department, a much underlooked department compared to the State Department, but actually an important powerhouse of economic policy making. And given the weight of the United States in the global economic system, with consequences for what would happen in the IMF and the World Bank, laying the foundation for what came to be known as the Washington Consensus, a consensus which was basically by neoliberal hawks that had captured the commanding heights of the Treasury Department and had infiltrated effectively the World Bank and the IMF to create a consensus that moved the neoliberal agenda away from the domestic onto the global scene. It was going to be unleashed on us in due course, and the conditions for doing so were maturing very rapidly on the African continent. But not before the Chicago boys had the opportunity to put into practice some of the ideas that they had developed on paper. And that opportunity came with the coup in 1973 against Salvador Allende. And guess who was the chief advisor to Augusto Pinochet, the general? I'm sure most people here know Augusto Pinochet. We talk a lot about Idi Amin and the like. Augusto Pinochet was on a deliberate project of promoting the tenets, the key principles of neoliberalism as part of a fight against socialism. Salvador Allende, whom he overthrew, being a socialist who was elected, and he driving an anti-socialist agenda with Milton Friedman, the best product of the Chicago school, the poster boy of the Chicago school, being his chief economic advisor. Relocated with sponsorship from the United States to Santiago de Chile and sitting by the side of Pinochet to undo Salvador Allende's socialism. And I don't think that one needs to stretch the definition of human rights in one direction or the other to understand that the Pinochet years were easily amongst the most brutal that humanity has seen in the 20th century, and perhaps even to date. The systematic attack that Pinochet was to launch using the military and the security services against all those who seemed to adhere to any idea of socialism, including even of a sense of community, was one which was launched simultaneously with the unleashing of market principles, of dismantling all forms of social welfare, of militarizing society, of turning the country essentially into one big prison against anybody who did not conform, and at the end of the day, basically eroding all imaginable rights, except the right to conform to what was on offer from that dictatorship. You remember also how that dictatorship ended after almost 2 decades of untrammeled domination of the political space. But it is basically my own long-winded way of saying that integral to the idea and the ideology of neoliberalism is actually an attack against the very notion and principle of humanity and of human rights. So in a certain sense, and I will come back to that if the time permits, a political economy was to be spun in the course of the 1980s and 1990s to try to suggest a compatibility down the road, even if not immediately, between human rights and the neoliberal project as it began to play itself out on the continent. But with the practice that was gained and the experience that had been garnered in Chile during the Allende years, the neoliberal Chicago boys, having captured the Treasury Department, the World Bank, and the IMF, and enacted a Washington consensus, were ready to go global. And they were helped in this regard with the rise to power of the likes of Margaret Thatcher, of Helmut Kohl, of another right-winger in Canada who took over after Pierre Trudeau, Justin Trudeau's father, and Ronald Reagan in the White House at the time, effectively to also give political muscle to the project that was about to be launched. And that project came on the back of the African debt crisis, the external debt crisis that hit the continent in the course of the 1970s, particularly after the Iranian Revolution, the second OPEC oil price revolution that saw the price of crude rising from under $10 to at one point $42 a barrel, in a context in which a great majority of the countries of the continent were themselves heavily dependent on importation of practically everything, including even raw materials for the import substitution industries. For the Tanzanians who are old enough to remember Walimu Shivji, Walter, and maybe as a student here also the Emeritus Chief Justice, you remember the shortages that immediately hit this country and many other African countries. Shortages of what we called essential commodities, of things like sugar, of milk, and the like, and of factories collapsing, of suddenly, as an editorialist was to put it in Zambia, suddenly, he said, it looks like everything around us is collapsing. That provided the exact condition that the neoliberals needed in order to move in. From the austerity measures which African governments proposed, in a manner as to reduce their public expenditures, balance their budgets, recalibrate their balance of payments, external trade, import and export balance sheet, but also preserve some of the social gains of independence, those gains that were so important to the making of citizenship, to the making of national identity, and to giving content and meaning to rights of the populace. We saw basically a rejection of those austerity measures as being too timid and too mild, and that all that was needed was precisely to embrace a structural adjustment program whose basic selling point and the slogan around which it was organized became getting prices right. Getting prices right. Now, let us contrast the reading of African scholars of the generation of Walimu Issa and others to the crisis that was unfolding. And there, in their interpretation, there was a clear understanding in the debates that the state had probably not lived up to the full expectation that independence imposed on it. But there was also, at the same time, no question of approaching the crisis of the 1970s into the early 80s by any other means than getting politics right. And the argument, therefore, which they made was that it was important, 2 decades after independence, for Africa to get politics right. Now, unpacking that in the debates that took place, Claude Ake, Tandika Mkandawire, Mahmoud Mamdani, generated different perspectives. But central, I want to argue, to the different positions was also the recognition that you needed to preserve the dignity of the African and find ways of enhancing that dignity even in the midst of crisis. Getting politics right became the slogan. There's a whole story that can be told about this, and it has been told by Tandika and Charles Soludo in the volume Our Continent, Our Future, which those who are interested might pursue further. But in complete contrast to that position, and even as institutions of the continent, such as the Economic Commission for Africa, were also making the case, remember the Lagos Plan of Action of 1980, that one additional way of confronting the African crisis was to pursue regional integration much more seriously, and that Africa needed to overcome the disadvantages of fragmentation and the vulnerabilities to external shock by front-loading and accelerating the regional integration agenda, hence the Lagos Plan of Action. The World Bank and the IMF set up what they called the Berg Commission. And Elliot Berg was charged with understanding what has gone wrong. His conclusion, of course, was predictable. Africa, according to him, had lost the first 2 decades of independence. Those were wasted years of excessive state interventionism, and what was needed was to roll back the frontiers of the state and to unleash the forces of the market. And that marked Africa's entry into the neoliberal agenda full scale, with the conditionality clauses that effectively compelled country after country to embrace structural adjustment and to follow through with the various policies that were central to the adjustment framework. Now, those policies themselves had an immediate and direct impact on living conditions, right? We were students, and the first thing you woke up to, of course, was that you couldn't afford to eat 3 square meals a day anymore. So as students, you started adopting formulas. Depending on your circumstances, you could do 001, 001, you could do 010, you could do 00 half, depending on your circumstance. Scholarships disappeared, subsidies of campus food disappeared. The entire fabric of university life began to change. But what happened on campus was also refracted into society, right? It was the era of what Raufu Mustafa referred to as the multiple modes of livelihood, in which you were a university teacher by daytime, and at night you became, nowadays it's Uber, right? There was no Uber at the time. You became a part-time taxi driver, using your own car to run around the city across the night in order to earn an extra income in a dynamic of multiple modes of livelihood that in any case was unable to catch up with the inflationary pressures. So that we saw an effort effectively to re-engineer society away from its foundational principles that were so integral to the national liberation struggle of solidarity, of mobility, of social advancement, of a state that was anchored as much as possible in the broad aspirations for sovereignty of our countries. We saw effectively an erosion of all of those aspirations. And the response was almost spontaneous in country after country, from Cairo to Khartoum to places like Lusaka, the so-called IMF riots. Just Google it, and you will find how many articles were written on the so-called IMF riots. And I remember that each time there was going to be conversations between the military government in Nigeria and the IMF, and the information leaked. Students basically stopped classes for that day and took to the streets to say no to the IMF. no to the World Bank. These problems are ours. We will find a way to solve them internally, but without all of these agents of financial imperialism coming to dictate. And not a few governments were overthrown. Actually, the fall of Numeri in Sudan was on the back of the IMF riots that effectively mobilized the population when, in order to satisfy the international financial institutions, he allowed the price of bread to be raised, just as the IMF team were landing in Khartoum, and all hell broke loose. Gentlemen in suits who had very little experience of the history and context of Africa, we used to tease that they were basically people who just stepped out of economics classes in Harvard, taken into the World Bank, and told to dictate to finance ministers of our countries what policies they would be pursuing, regardless of the consequences. And if you did not adhere to those policies, you were accused of backsliding in a direction that did not seem to be favorable to what was thought to be good for you. Critics of the IMF and the World Bank across our continent were many. We felt the pinch. We knew what it meant in terms of political repression in order to implement even 1/10 of the prescriptions of the IMF and the World Bank, and what it meant in terms of turning lives and livelihoods upside down, 360 degrees upside down, to implement even 1/10 of them. An IMF, a World Bank chief economist for Africa at the time, Deepak Lal, was to say in an unguarded moment that was recorded and then reproduced in the International Herald Tribune, those measures are not easy measures. To implement them, you need effective, ruthless governments that can ride roughshod on public opinion. You need effective, ruthless governments that can ride roughshod on public opinion. Attacks on organized students, attacks on social movements, attacks on trade unions, attacks on everybody of conscience, what you would call again nowadays the public intellectuals, who would take a stand to say, can we slow it down a bit? Were all considered to be enemies of adjustment, and governments were under pressure with the pain of conditionality to ensure that they stuck to the script. And governments, on the other hand, tried to show their faithfulness to adjustment by violating every right, including the most liberal of those rights that were written either in the Constitution or in other texts. There was no alternative, as Mrs. Thatcher put it, to structural adjustment. And opposition to the programs was considered to be almost an act of treachery. Arrests of an arbitrary kind were very commonplace in the Africa of the 1980s and the 1990s. And yet, in spite of all of this, I think it's important also for us to understand that even in the midst of some of the so-called attempts at producing palliatives that will soften the effect of the neoliberal agenda, important changes in the dynamic of society were taking place. That individualization to which Issa referred earlier on in the day, of a hedonistic type of individualism, which was coupled with structural production of poverty. It was not just a question of poverty happening as a consequence of certain things, but actually a deliberate generation of poverty in order to feed a dynamic also of enriching a so-called new middle class that would be disciplined in the ways of the market and hopefully become the bearers of a new agenda of political reforms, to be distinguished from the middle class that was produced in the post-independence period or in the post-war period that essentially was seen as too state-based and too state-dependent. Your university professors, your nurses, your health workers, your medical doctors, those who ran and underwrote the activism and the ideas of citizenship of the first 2 decades of independence were considered to be passé, essentially, and a new middle class that was deliberately enriched through financialization, the privatization of state enterprises and the like, and effectively separated from the rest of the population in a twin dynamic of the mass production of poverty and an accelerated inequality on a scale which we have not seen on this continent, I would say, in living memory. And in that context, it is not surprising that what we have essentially witnessed insofar as the capacity of the bulk of the populace to not only exercise rights, but to demand them and to defend them, even in the face of rogue governments, has effectively diminished over time. Insofar as social movements were dispersed, and again there was a deliberate political agenda of creating alternatives through NGIOization of social transactions in most of our countries, of the invention, deliberate by the World Bank and the IMF, of civil society that they wanted, including even trying to create their own Codesria-type institutions that they call think tanks, that will speak their language, and ultimately sending back their own clones, African clones, whom they had prepared properly to occupy our finance ministries and central banks. So that when Issa will get up and say that they are sending us young boys from Harvard in suits, Caucasian WASPs, to come and dictate to us, a decade or so after, they were actually real Tanzanians who spoke better Swahili than Issa and who were implementing the agenda of structural adjustment. And how are you going to engage them? Certainly not on the grounds that they were not Tanzanian or African enough. So we had an entire process in which effectively the disempowerment of the citizen was a central pillar of the agenda of neoliberalism. And in that process also, what some sociologists have described as the making of, in the context of mass immiserization, the making of essentially a complete group of déclassés, of people who basically were lost in the system, not even to be accounted for in any serious way. A commodification of everything. The late Chachage referred to it in one of his monographs as an era in which everything under the sky is for sale to the highest bidder. Everything is for sale to the highest bidder, including the state house, including your soul and body parts. A price was put on everything, and whoever could buy it would buy it, which produced its own dynamic of denationalization of our economies. Alongside that denationalization was also a crisis of national identity. And it is in the midst of all of this that Africa in the 1990s was ushered in, post-Berlin Wall, post-Soviet Union, end of history, as was referred to earlier on, to an age of democratization. A democratization that supposedly in the political economy of the Bretton Woods institutions was going to now, after successful recalibration of the state and its relationship with the society, of the remaking if it was remade at all, of the social contract in the context of a watchman state, of a minimalist state, of a state that had been downsized or right-sized. The language of neoliberalism was massive. It was meant to neutralize political action. If you wanted to remove health subsidy, you didn't come out to say that you were removing health subsidy, because if you did that, there will still be some so stubborn remnants of dismantled social movements that will take to the streets and protest. You said that you are going to introduce user charges. User charges, which by the time they are fully decoded, would have meant already that you have implemented what you needed to implement. But essentially, all of that environment provided a context in which the so-called agenda of democratization of the 1990s was less about the re-empowerment of citizens and more about form over substance, ritual and procedures over true empowerment of citizens. And it did not take us more than a decade to begin to see through all of these. You hold elections on a 4-yearly basis. Sometimes you even elect opposition politicians into office and hope that it would be a new beginning for your country. Big mistake, because plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Indeed, the more it appeared to change, the worse it actually became. In most cases, opposition politicians, as well as ruling parties, regardless of who you elected, regardless of whatever they shared to you as a manifesto platform, implemented the same set of policies and did it worse than the previous administration that they succeeded. Corruption and all of the discontents associated with it, the criminalization of politics, the creation of plutocracies, and of new dynasties of power in a cocktail that effectively meant that our struggle to restore citizenship and therefore the natural rights that belong to us as human beings remain a forlorn hope for most of the peoples of this continent. And it is clear, I think, that unless we are able to win back, in the first instance, sovereignty over the policy levers of our countries, we are simply going to continue to move around in circles. And it is not so much because the world has not seen enough indicators to show the ruinous consequences of the neoliberal agenda. From the East Asian crisis of the late 1990s, 1996, 97, which led to the fall of Mahathir, of Suharto in Indonesia. Mahathir was very smart. He survived it and was able to preserve some of the gains of post-independence Malaysia. Indonesia was not that lucky. Those who are presented to us as the best examples of what market liberalization could produce, suddenly finding themselves in a tailspin, to the repeated currency crisis that hit the countries of Latin America, from Mexico to Argentina to Brazil, even Chile itself, that was the home of the experimentation around neoliberalism. We saw crisis after crisis of people waking up in Argentina in the 1990s, having $1,000 equivalent in your account one morning, and the next day being told that what was in your account was not even worth a cent. And effectively, your money had simply evaporated. And of Brazil having to reinvent its national currency 2 or 3 times in the midst of the turbulence of the neoliberal economic agenda. Coming to Africa, where we also had our own share of the meltdown that came on top of the ruin that structural adjustment had left, and finally it going home to roost in the United States 2007, 2008, in the so-called subprime crisis. And if there is any lesson that those experiences should have taught us, it would be simply that the name of the game is simply do as I say, but not as I do. African countries were vilified in the name of printing money, excessive money, intervening. When the subprime crisis hit, we began to hear expressions like too big to fail, too big to fail. Institutions that were faced with bankruptcy were saved with taxpayer money. We had things like quantitative easing, which was basically printing money to keep the American financial system liquid, and of zero interest rate all of a sudden, in a context where in our own experiences of adjustment, we had interest rates going to sometimes 60% in the worst cases, effectively deindustrializing economies, creating the crisis of prolonged unemployment, including youth unemployment, of a process of chaotic, unplanned urbanization that turned most cities into slums, and within it, of people seeking in their best way possible to do a modicum or enjoy a modicum of citizen rights in a context of a state that had effectively abdicated all of its responsibilities. Winning back sovereignty on the levels of economic policy would be one of the most important steps we would need to take in order to win back rights. And there are debates on what we might do. 55 African countries, counting Western Sahara, collective sovereignty ideas are being debated, ways in which we could, of course, accelerate integration back on the agenda. Some of the ideas that Kwame Nkrumah and others attempted to push at independence, and which sounded heretical, even to the point of being dismissed as communistic, have come to the mainstream, but not exactly on terms which we are choosing, not exactly in terms of the political and ideological framing of the Pan-Africanism of the early post-independence years, but in a manner that seeks to discipline our collective aspiration to the ideas and the ideals of a neoliberal agenda. And breaking that link between neoliberalism and policy making can only happen if we reclaim sovereignty over our domestic political and policy spaces. And in that process, I hope that the references that have been made here to the revival, having come this far and faced with the specter of a wholesale destruction of our planet, not only in environmental terms, but also with regard to the threat of a nuclear Armageddon, of a diminishing Western bloc and its NATO armed wing, refusing to decline peacefully, not accepting the idea that they could ever become an equal or same level player as other actors in the international system. I hope that we will be able to gather ourselves together and rebuild a basis for our Pan-Africanism, because after all, as Samir Amin said, it's a matter of survival. The survival of the human race, and within it, the survival of the African, in a manner that will enable us to rebuild dignity that has eluded us for way too long, and effectively give content and meaning to the rights and aspirations that, after all, underpinned the struggle for independence. I'll stop here, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Debayo. I think you will agree with me. Did I make up what I said earlier on? No, right? And I think for a keynote that's supposed to just get us to start to think, we've begun to see how all the threads that we began with in this morning, the stories we were telling, the anecdotes, the discourses that were happening in the 60s and 70s, we're coming full circle. But as Bayo says, even as we think about how we reclaim our sovereignty, how we rethink Pan-Africanism, how we make sure that our human dignity is actually respected, not just in the way that neoliberal human rights, as we discussed in the morning, has defined it, but in the way that we go back to the foundations. Words like Utu begin to have real meaning in the way that we want to live it. I'm looking at Ndugu Kamata. I don't know if we have time for a comment or two. Yes, and then we'll just take up maybe one round of questions, thoughts. I know there's a lot that has been said, but something that's at the top of your mind that you just want to put out into the room. It's always difficult after a keynote like that, right? You're thinking, and there's so much going on. But any quick thoughts? Yes, I see one hand at the back. Let me just see a couple, and then I'll take one here. Any from this side, and then we'll call it just those three. Okay, so we'll take those three. Please make it short, because we have a fantastic panel coming after us, and I know we'll continue to think through these ideas as we go on. Tafadhali Kaka at the back.
Yes, thank you, Prof. That was fantastic and quite enlightening. So, just a small question. In the efforts to arrive at the sovereignty in terms of policy, and probably in our case, knowledge sovereignty, I'm just curious, where do we place the role of leadership in the question of that particular struggle? What is the role of leadership in the question of that struggle if we are to arrive as winners in this particular battle? Thank you.
Thank you. The role of leadership, by which I think he means political leadership. It was coming here.
Thank you, Prof. It was quite interesting and illuminating following your discussion and your keynote. I have about 2 questions and just one comment. The first comment being that where you mentioned that the beginning of neocolonialism appears to be innocent, but don't you think it was intentional? Based on what took place during the Bretton Woods Conference and looking at the aftermath of the Second World War that ushered us into the Bretton Woods institutions and the United Nations, and when you see what is happening in terms of the violations of human rights. Then number 2 is what is the role of technology related to the issue of leadership? What is the role of technology in this, and particularly the promotion, as well as the promotion, protection, as well as the violation of human rights? Then the other question is, don't you think we are also good at squandering opportunities? Based on what transpired during the new international economic order, where African leaders had the chance to stage their demands and really press very clearing demands to the Western world. And of course, the fact that what we see in the neo-colonial era, the players are the only ones that changed, but the mission and the business remained as usual. I remember the comment by the CJ Emeritus, where he said the candidate lost because he thought the British had left. Don't we see them in a different garment? And I think that was very hilarious. And maybe to raise some few small...
I'm afraid we do not have the time. Can I just take those ones, please?
No,
so the
okay.
Role of leadership again, technology, we're going to the third person was there, and then I will allow one last one here. There's a third person there.
Which one?
The hand has gone down. I don't know whose hand was. It was somewhere in the middle. Oh, it was there, behind.
Thank you very much, Professor Adebayo, for an excellent presentation. I'm Professor Mwakigonja from MOHAS. I have maybe one or two comments or comments, if I can say so. One is the role of Mwalimu Nyerere and Nyerereism in this. We remember that maybe one of the factors which led to Mwalimu stepping down was refusal to take the structural adjustment programs. And also, he was a staunch advocate of, actually an opponent of loans. He wanted them to give us more of trade, to promote trade between the North and the South, instead of loans and things like that. And then the South-South cooperation. And what's the role of South-South cooperation as it was advocated by people like Nyerere in taking Africans out of this? And also, most of it we are talking about it mostly from the point of colonialism. But what is the role of pre-colonialism era? For example, the slave trade, which took a lot of slaves from Africa. Most of these were able-bodied men and women, probably who were also brain-wise the most sound. So actually there was a lot of brain drain during the slave trade, including the most physically able people who went to the developed countries. So they contributed to develop those countries, and it contributed to loss of economy on the part of Africa. But are we still also suffering from probably lack of the best which left during the slave trade? Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're extending now the thinking to the global, both in terms of time and geography. And the last question over here, my sister here. Yeah. And I'm not sure if Bayo will respond to all of this in detail, but I will give you an opportunity to say something.
Good afternoon, Prof. Thank you so much for a profound presentation. My question is about globalization. When you were ending, you said that we need to reclaim our sovereignty. What is the place of globalization in neoliberalism while we are trying to reclaim our sovereignty?
Thank you. Professor Lukoshi.
I'll be quick that way. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues, for these observations. And I'm sure that the panel that is coming next will probably address some of these issues. You know, this business of globalization, pretty much like human rights, it's an ideology. It's an ideology of domination that was foisted on us. At a point, the narrative was essentially that part of our problem was that we were not globalized enough. And some of us got so excited that you'll meet a Nigerian or a Tanzanian or a Kenyan, and you say, so how are you? Where are you from? Say, I'm a global citizen. And you just feel sorry for that person. Because the weight that is associated with those notions did not really unfold themselves to us sufficiently until recently. The same people who were the apostles of globalization are the leading practitioners of protectionism today. So much so that there is a literature that is developing around what is called de-globalization, rolling back. And the political manifestation of that, Donald Trump. America first. Even regions of the world like Sweden that used to be bastions of solidarity have now elected right-wing political parties that are saying Sweden first. Okay. So my message essentially is that globalization begins at home. You don't enter into an arena in which you are weak and you pull your shirt and say that you are ready to enter into combat. Nobody ever globalized without being strong first at home. When you have gained in strength and confidence at home, you tell your neighbor, globalize. That was Adam Smith's thesis of free trade, right? Yeah. When you are strong enough, you have things to trade, you tell your neighbor, let's do free trade. Only that you'll be supplying me the raw material and stay at the bottom of the value chain, and I will bring you the processed commodities. And I think all of this speaks to the central importance which we should attach to leadership. Leadership does matter in almost every endeavor, but not in a narrow sense in which you simply look at one figure at the top of a political ladder and say that, well, leadership matters because I'm looking at Ruto or I'm looking at Tinubu or the like. You could actually have some fairly ineffective people, let me be very diplomatic, at the top of that ladder. But you have a leadership complex in social movements. And that is why it is important that things like academic freedom, things like the right to organize, the right to speak, the right to engage become important, because they are important ingredients in mobilizing leadership. So we need to move away from a mystified notion of leadership as though it was an attribute exclusively monopolized by one or a group of people, to understanding leadership in a dynamic sense, in which there is a contestation of ideas on how to better society or how to resist those who want to undermine societal progress. Well, technology, I think we're also beginning to learn that it is not necessarily the magical bullet and panacea for everything. In one of my previous lives as International IDEA, the Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, I had occasion, Joe Lucker organized us once, in which people invested themselves heavily in election technology. Opposition leaders. I remember Lipumba here and others said, no, we need technology. I say, okay, fine. But is it technology that will deliver free elections for you? Or is it something else plus technology that will give you free elections? If you do not have engaged and active citizens, if you do not have empowered citizens, you can bring all the technology in the world into your political process. It will not make any difference. And when I start reading about Venezuelans in Kenya, NASA people in Ghana, a certain Mr. Anokoye, in Nigeria, the Supreme Court ruled last week that you can buy all the technology. If the Election Commission likes it, can use it. If it doesn't like it, can drop it. It has the right to determine what it wants to do with your technology. And these are expensive investments. And I think essentially, let us not understand technology outside of politics. It is politics that disciplines technology to the attainment of desired social and political objectives. Thank you.
Please join me in thanking Professor Olukoshi for giving us so much to think about. I think with no other due ceremony, it is my pleasure, Ndukamata, to invite the chair of the next session. This is wonderful. Thank you very, very much.
Habari ya saizi. Sasa mimi ni mshairi. Napenda sanaa ya ushairi na nilikuwa nimeandaa mashairi mawili. Sasa sijui kama kwa ajili ya muda bado ninaruhusiwa kuyafanya yote mawili. Daktari Kamata, naruhusiwa kufanya yote mawili au nafanya moja? Naam. Naam. Sawa. So, I would start one I would do it on the podium, and another one I would do it outside the podium. My name is Jasper Kido, and I'm a poet. I'm a spoken word poet, and my first poem is called Redemption Prose. Redemption Prose. I paraphrase Redemption Song by Bob Marley. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves shall free our minds. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. For ignorance is our enemy. So think deep, think positively, critically, read between the lines, ignore the lies, and let's wear the self-reliant AIDS-proof as financially. The burden of debts is killing us softly. Poof, economically. You're still colonies of the West with your dependent economies. Look at us. This, that, to welcome the Sadas to invest in the land as we fail to mobilize internally, seriously. I beg to differ in this fact, and this is my ideology. Change and development is brought by men and women who live within the borders. And if it was my order, I would have chased away all the brothers and sisters with a hidden agenda. Talker! I'm fed up with this politics of poverty and politics making the political lives be of two halves. The haves and the have most. The have not and part of the have life, or the other dying already dead rot, 6 foot underground. May God rest their soul. I'll see you later. I'll see you soon when I get there. Peace. So that is my first poem. A disclaimer to my second poem. Yes. Okay, so this is a bit technological. Uko Gaza ni unyama tu watawala, mauaji ya kimbari na ukatili wa kila aina. Haujanza jana, jifunze historia. Amka kijana, simama na Palestina. Amka we mama, simama na Palestina. Wajawazito na watoto wauliwa, wakina baba hawana pa kulala. Kata ujinga na hada zisizo maana. Israeli si taifa bali laana. Amka kijana, simama na Palestina. Amka we profesa, simama na Palestina. You have the right to remain silent. Mr. Miss Geologist, yes you who knows all about the rocks, you who knows much about the texture and the composition of the soil, you who are fascinated by the structure of the mountains and valleys, and at the same time are thrilled by the composition of the craters and its depth. Yes, you who knows all there is to know about the history, the art, the science of Mother Earth, and you who are so informed of its outmost top to its innermost underlying surface. Yes, you who have opted to auction your knowing, your skills and expertise to the Anglo-Sophoth mining conglomerates and the likes. You who have found it fit to remain in the sidelines as the small miners, the artisans, are being humiliated and are facing evictions. Yes, you surely have the right to remain silent, for all the constraints facing the downtrodden masses is none of your business, since they are not your clients. Miss Journalist, you have the right to attend the press conference and eventually become the state's mouthpiece as you publish its press release. You have the right to fall into the bandwagon and also become a victim of trend and nonsense news. You sure do have the right to remain neutral and not choose sides. You have the right not to question who sets the neutrality standards then. You have the right to be an agent of CNN, BBC, DW, Sky News, Reuters, and condemn Hamas for provoking the Israelites. But you also have the right to do a bit of research and consultation and trace about the Nakba and the Balfour Declaration. You have the right to cover and expose the so-called mess and the uncouth life and trade of the street vendors, the marchingers. At the same time, you have the right not to document on the land grabbing happening in Barari, Ngorongoro, and Kilosa. Dear member of media, you have the right to remain silent. You have the right to remain silent, for you do not want to provoke the sleeping giant to only revoke your license. You don't want to experience the pangs of self-inflicted hunger and poverty. You have the right to remain silent and to only protect your stomachs and the welfare of your loved ones. You have the right to remain silent and not to publish the facts negatively implicating the authority. You have the right to remain silent and not to tell the truth, for the truth is nothing but a myth, as the truth shall not set you free, but shall indeed hold you a captive. You have a right to remain silent. Miss Advocate. Yes, you, the learned brother and sister, the so-called pioneers of peace, the combatant of disorder and anarchy through your enacted awful legislations. You, the drafters of contracts, the bilaterals and multilaterals that tend to despise and undermine our sovereignty. Remember EPA and Bandari? You have the right to remain silent. You, the officers of the court who ought to stand for justice but ought not to, as you decide to do the otherwise, and that's to side with the corrupt and the ill minds and to justify and legalize their illegal acts through your well-thought submissions, and the same is echoed and embraced in the judgments of the honorable lords and ladies of justice and peace. Yes, you, of the world's noblest profession, you too have the right to remain silent. For silence, even though it's detrimental to the mass, to you it is indeed very much lawful and blissful, to say the least. To the kings and queens of the theories, the sociologists, the political scientists, the social scientists, the fathers and mothers of humanity, you who are so invested in understanding and defining our communities, you who find pleasure in analyzing, debating, and contextualizing on the social relations of our life realities, you who are so fond of donor-funded researchers and consultancies, you who are said to be the mastermind of our national strategies and policies, you who find pride in exhibiting our life-threatening and deadly experiences in your soul books and journals, in your symposiums, and in your intellectual podiums. You who find heaven in your classrooms to only lecture about our atrocities with no agitation, you too have the right to remain silent and not to join us in the streets as we protest on the shooting prices and the growing rates of death caused by inequalities. You too have the right to remain silent, for your intellectual work is more than enough. It is so comforting, pleasing, and peaceful. It is so complete as it offers a blend of theory and practice. Its praxis. You sure have the right to remain silent, or the state and your Western sponsors would silence your pockets, and so would they silence your lavish living privileges. You have the right to remain silent, dear members of the academia, for in silence there is assurance to continue to enjoy your petty bourgeois tendencies. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to remain silent. But I don't. Thank you.
the exploiters or an organic intellectual of the masses struggling for their emancipation. It's tea time. We break for 10 minutes as we process this moving keynote speech and the moving poem. Okay. Thank you very much.
Tanzania on issues of democracy. Another thing I would mention about the freedom of expression, the basic rights, laws related to the media. In 2005, there are many laws which were enacted. The Cyber Crimes Act I'm mentioning, Access to Information Act, Electronic and Postal Communication Act, and others, Statistics Act, many others. And when you look at the laws, all of them, I think, Legal Human Center has filed cases to each of those of those laws. We only won one case challenging the Media Services Act, and it is at the East African Court of Justice, not even in Tanzania. So those laws limit participation of people, limit participation of people to freely access information. They limit journalists from freely looking for news and disseminating news and airing news. Using those laws, there are media houses which were closed down. The newspapers were banned, and things like of those kind. So that is Tanzania, and I'm sure also Kenya, Uganda, and other African countries have the same problems on the right to information and media and access to information. Another thing in Tanzania in 2006, political parties were banned from operating, especially conducting rallies, and it went on for 6 years. Only last year, I think they were allowed. This year, they were allowed after the sixth president. She formed a task force on democracy, and one of the recommendations of that task force was political rallies should be allowed, and also the new constitution making should take place. The making of the new constitution should continue because it started years ago. And another recommendation was issues of gender equality to be observed, and also issues of independence of the National Electoral Commission. So the issue of the laws, Election Act and the Political Parties Act, I think they are in the process. We've been promised that in the coming parliamentary sessions we'll get that law, though we have not seen the bill yet, even the zero draft, but we still believe that it will happen. Political rallies have started, but it depends on what you are going to discuss. If you are going to discuss on the new constitution, it's not allowed. If you are going to discuss about Loliondo and Ngorongoro issues, it's not allowed. So it depends on what you are going to discuss, on the topic you're going to discuss. Yeah, so it's still a challenge. Constitution making process, we've been told we will have to learn the 1977 constitution for 3 years before we get a new one. So that's a challenge again, because we spent like 5 years making the new draft of the new constitution, and the new that constitution we didn't achieve, we didn't get it. Now we are taken back to the 1977 constitution for 3 years. So it's a challenge. So responding to your questions, as wide as they are, for me I would say most of the laws, most of the rights are on papers, but Tanzanians are not really enjoying most of the rights. Another thing I would say, we have bad practices which are not in the laws. The law would say A, and the practice would be B, totally different from what is there. Maybe I conclude my 8 minutes. I think they're almost over. The issue of gender and the rights of marginalized groups in Tanzania. According to our report, the human rights report, Tanzania Human Rights Report, the most affected group are children in Tanzania. In Tanzania, not, I don't know for other countries, are children. 47% of all abuses, which we documented with our sample. I'm being very careful because I'm talking to academicians. They will ask you, what is your sample size? So our sample size is 20 regions. 20 regions of Tanzania mainland and 5 regions of Tanzania Zanzibar, 25 regions. So according to our sample, 47 of the abuses we've documented are against children. And it's rape, mostly sexual offenses, and it's rape and others. And those sexual offenses are committed by parents, guardians, teachers, even religious teachers. So you can imagine the problem we're facing, and we want Tanzania or Africa to be somewhere later on to develop, and we are abusing our own children. Number 2 is the violence against women, which is 33% of women which we interviewed or we came into contact. 33% have been abused. It's also rape, marital rape, and other physical abuse and others, and followed by other abuses. So maybe I end up here. But I conclude by saying we still have a long way to go in terms of human rights, and we need to improve our situation. Though we have the right to speak, but I think we need to speak more, especially the academicians and human rights activists. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anna set the pace, and she's discussed essentially about her experience in the context of human rights where she works. Joe, your questions are a little bit problematic. Yes, I'll start with the last question, which will lead me to my discussion. And your question on that last one was, how do we empower citizens? And therefore, on that perspective, I'll be a little bit general in a liberal way, okay? So which are these rights that we are talking about in the context of neoliberalism? I'll pose questions rather than also address. So the first question I'll also pose, in a neoliberal economy, in a neoliberal world, who is defining these rights? It's from whose definition? Who defines the rights? Who sets the agenda? Rights for who? For what purpose? You must query. So when you're being told about a right to education, university education, cost sharing, those issues come in. Right now, if you get outside this council chamber, there's a very big structure. We are displaying buildings that will be built by the IMF and the World Bank and the HEAT project. And it has come with conditionalities. We have to revise our curricula. All of us, we are doing curriculum review. This curriculum review, the subjects being taught, the methodology of teaching, what do you teach? Because you've been given, and this is across all universities, not in only University of Islam, public universities. I don't know about private universities. So who defines the agenda in terms of neoliberalism in the context of what you're discussing here? If you go further, slightly on the same context, Joe, and I think I mentioned this to Kamata too, we all have our notebooks, and I will quickly request you to go through with me on the notebook, the cover page. The cover page reads academic freedom, democracy. I want you to go with me on the last one, and sustainable development. Now, we are coming to discuss rights here under Codestria. The focus is on freedom, academic freedom. I don't see any round table on sustainable development. And this is critical. We're talking about resources here. We're talking about wildlife resources. We're talking about our natural resources. Typical, and that's sustainable development. So I'll also say, in the context of neoliberalism, and that's my area, I'm focusing, my specialty, area of specialization is natural resources and environmental management law and policy. So I don't see that. So is that also an agenda that has been set in terms of what we discuss here in academic freedom? We have the right to remain silent on sustainable development. So that's the other question I'll be posing. Okay, which other rights that are being brought about by neoliberalism? Maybe how has neoliberalism impacted on human rights? Maybe I should go to that one. Again, who sets the agenda? It's impacted on the following. Number one, sovereignty. We are all struggling. States, all struggling for sovereignty. Some have gone to the extent of enacting laws to ensure that the sovereign resources of the country are not violated. Some of them draconic laws. In the context of we ourselves, we create a law and say these people cannot extract, they cannot take away the resources, and some of us, amongst ourselves, because the agenda has been set, we have CSOs, we have NGOs, we're saying this is unfair. Unfair to the multilateral corporations. Our NGOs going up in arms, saying the government is being unfair. Why can't you have the dispute settled in England, in the UK? You are going against BITs. It's we are saying that. Who set the agenda for us? Is it so that's the impact it's bringing in? We are corrupting ourselves, trying to protect resources, so sovereignty, self-determination, that's the other one. Neoliberalism has impacted on self-determination, and to a great extent, and I want to be honest about this, it has brought confusion in terms of culture. Do we in Africa have a human rights agenda? Human rights are based on a number of things, and I want us to engage in that. When you talk about culture, in the HEAT project, one of the subjects they're saying that it should be cross-cutting gender and sexual relations, sexual orientation. So I'm teaching law, and I've been told to bring in the context of human rights, I discuss about sexual orientation. I will discuss it in the cultural context. But who sets the agenda? And here I have in mind, very, very frankly, cultural impact. We have also another impact, creation of dubious, in some instances, some are credible, the Human Rights Center, some dubious CSOs, civil society organizations, dubious NGOs, and also NGIs, non-governmental individuals. So that's what is created. Now we also have LGBTQ plus. I think there was a plus somewhere. I missed it. It's called what? Queer. Don't shy from that. That is the impact of, yeah, we must discuss it. If you don't tell our students here at the university about it and how it's coming in, through what avenues, it is becoming an internationally recognized human right. Now you go to the village in any country in Africa and go and tell the 80% people there what it entails. And then those are the people who will be speaking. What they'll tell you is what you should be empowering. And towards the end, how do we empower citizens? Joe, in Masaka, you go and talk about LGBTQ to those people there, the Baganda, the Teso. You'll come out alive, I'll be very grateful. How do we reorganize these rights? Technology, maybe, that's one. But for me, I think, get back to the cultural context. Get back to the people. Let the people speak. We are here discussing at a very high level, very, very high level. Can we break that down in the language of the people? In the context of their culture, their rights. They will determine their rights. If we, professionals, we've been to all these places, we know the instruments, etc., etc. These people were there, they don't know about their rights. That's the assumption. That's the impact of neoliberalism on the cultural context. The cultural rights defined at the international globe by people who don't have a culture. Joe, thank you. You're looking at me. My time is still me. still there. I have I have 2 minutes. So the rights that I will be generally say overall, right to life, that is universal. Right to food, it's universal. Finally, right to respect of each and everybody's culture in the context of that person, not in the context that has been defined and redefined by the international community. Joe, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so finally,
Good evening, everyone. My name is Melvin Thogo from Kenya, University of Nairobi. I'm a lawyer who's about to be crowned in a month's time from the University of Nairobi. Glad to be here, and I'm happy that I take part in such a discourse at this time and representing the age group of the young people and everyone else around me. To the first question that was asked, what are these rights that we're talking about? And I would like to look at it from a point of universality. When you're looking at neoliberalism, what are we looking at? We are looking at civil rights, political rights, economic rights, and social rights, or you can say socioeconomic rights. And this is because in a neoliberal era, what are we aiming at? What are the proponents trying to do? And what are some of the things that we want to get rid of or that we want to bring on board? And looking at deregularization, this has been talked about today. So I'm assuming we are all on the same page of this. You're talking about commercialization. You're talking about individuals who are free, rational, and who we believe that know what they're supposed to do and that the outcomes of what they want to do are right, provided they did them with good intentions. And of course, that now will again bring us back to what Prof was asking about the issue of agenda, the issue of whose rationality are you talking about? And when you look at deregularization and maybe commercialization of the spaces and the free markets that we are commonly talking about, you come to realize that the rights mostly affected will be economic and social economic rights. Because when you commercialize these spaces, when you commercialize some of these social responsibilities and rights, what are you trying to do? You're trying to create a rift. You'll be having two cities, a city of the haves and a city of the haves-nots. And so when you take away some of these things, will you still say that we are observing human rights? You're taking away dignity at some point. You're also taking away maybe the only tool that the people considered as underdogs still have, the marginalized. And so the other problem that I would have with proponents of neoliberal policies is the fact that communication of the intentions of these policies are not clear because we do not understand. You do not understand that they'll actually let you, just to hoodwink, they'll let you still vote. They'll tell you you can take part in elections, anybody can vote, universal suffrage is there, women can do this and that. But they're not telling you that when we talk about free markets, we mean that we do not want the government to tell us how much taxes they want our businesses to pay. We are saying that we do not want the government to tell us that if you're getting into the health industry, this is what we expect of you. Rather, we want to be able to tell you how much we will charge on Monday, how much this product can cost on Sunday, and what does that do to you? If we do not understand the rights that these policies will infringe, then I'm sorry, we are going to regret at a certain point when going back will be so hard. And I'm not sure we'll be talking about human rights anymore, because we'll be forced to go back to 1947 before UDHR. To go to the second question, do we have the right to remain silent in a neoliberal era? We can never remain silent in whatever era. I think we've seen what silence can do, and if you're in East Africa, it might not be the case much, but you've seen other African countries who did not speak up early enough and who were affected just because of silence. We have to speak up, not because directly it's affecting you, but because your neighbor is suffering from that. And it will spread, it will trickle down in some way. And we have to speak up. And that also goes to, I think I'll combine that with how do you empower the societies and the society and the communities around you. You have to educate them. What do we mean when you talk about a neoliberal era? What era is this? What are some of these rights that we're talking about? And what are some of the spaces and ways that you can champion for this? I like to look at Joel, who's living in a neoliberal era. Because from what I understand it, if you let me free, I understand that I should use my rational mind to make my decisions, to know that if I do this, the outcome should be right, and if I do that, the outcome should not be. And what will that do? If you do not regulate, let's, for example, use religion. If you do not regulate how I handle people from other religious groups, what we are going to do in the end, we are going to collide, because society expects me to accept them, but I also want you to understand that I am not obliged to accept your side. And it's going to create a fanatism on my side. And when we start fighting between, let's say, religion A and religion B, who are we going to credit all this for? So I think understanding these spaces, understanding the links between and among all these rights is important, even as we try to address them among the communities. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Melvin. So we really have a good, I guess, what do the Swedes call it? Smorgasbord. We got a great collection here of views, and my task here is really to marshal the comments. And you can hear there's a diversity, really, a great diversity, and from the question of the addressing all these new, what I would call post Magufuli laws. Kind of from outside of Tanzania, we thought, now that you have Mheshimiwa Samia, that now things, but you're telling us a different story. Is there no difference in that sense? Hamudi, your question of culture, I'm sure there are going to be many, many responses on that issue. Question is, again, what is culture? How does it emerge? How do we discuss this question of culture? And lastly, Melvin, if we were to redesign, she said, we can't go back to 1947. If we were to redesign the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, would it be the same instrument as we have? So I'm going to leave it there. I'm sure there are questions. Can I see people's hands? All right, there's a hand over there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we have only 30 minutes. Can you pass it back? We have only 30 minutes, but we'll take some questions and then we'll get back to them. Oh, I should. Oh, thanks. Where this technology, Wapi? Show me. I need to know. think it's permanently on. How many intellectuals does it take to switch off a microphone? Okay, so what? Okay.
Yeah.
Just introduce yourselves because we want to get to know.
Yes, my name is Budeba Petro Mdiakado. I'm coming from Dar es Salaam University College of Education, DUSE. This is part of this university. Of course, you are giving us 30 minutes.
I'm sorry, we are under the dictatorship
of time.
The organizers, under the dictatorship of time.
Okay.
But come on. What is the maximum? You have the right to speak.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the speakers from from morning to this time, and this for the sharing of what they have said. But let me go to this session. Of course, I have been reading, and one of the book I was told about was the Animal Farm. In that book, the first time I was just told about the story, and I found it and I read it. The Animal Farm is telling me about what is happening in our societies currently. And I picked one point which is dictating our human rights as we speak, and that is selfishness. Take everything that we are doing. If we remove selfishness, we can deal with a lot of things that can help us to provide human rights. We take our responsibility to provide human rights to anybody who deserves. But if we continue with what is in that book, selfishness, and there is one thing which is said, all humans are equal, but they are more equal than others. So if I can quote it correctly or wrongly, but that is what is said, that you might have equal people, but they are more equal, which means there are people who are selfish to the extent that they don't see if other people deserve to live or deserve to enjoy life in this world. So my question also, if we wanted to empower people, we are saying we wanted to empower people. For example, we can provide the education as it said. How do we provide that education that can empower people in the context where we are always and constantly censored? You go in the class, you have the so-called chawa in Tanzania. A lot of chawa. People are listening. What is he or she talking? Is it imposing some things which are against the ruling party or the management of whatever? If I'm working at the university, is it talking about something against the management? Those are things. Okay, we wanted to empower people by providing education, but if we think about the censorship and then we think of the poet, we have the right to remain silent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are very moving into the academic freedom arena. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, all the panelists. I'm interested in the cultural and therefore linguistic dimension of development, which Professor Majamba touched on. I would like to know how you can reconcile such dimension with other forces like the HEE, is it HEET? HEAT. The HEAT project, which is funded by IMF and the World Bank, and also in the context of the Scramble for Africa, the current Scramble for Africa, as revealed between China, for example. China is taking over with its Confucius Institutes and so on. How do you reconcile this, and what is the answer to this kind of dimension which actually raises more questions than answers? Thank you very much.
Yes, good evening. My name is Tina Mfanga from the Women Cooperative and also the Tanzanian Socialist Forum. So mine is not a question, actually. It's just a brief comment on the human rights under the neoliberal era. And when I was thinking along those questions, actually, I thought of what I had just read from Vijay's foreword on Comrade Issa's book, a term which he coined, not sure whether he coined himself, the division of the international division of humanity. And when I was listening to my sister's presentation, Anna, I could actually also, in a way, think of it, which is actually the reality, that such division actually is not just at the international level, but even at the national level. So even within, there's a sense of those who are more human than others, right? Within the very same discourse of human rights. And from the mainstream perspective, it has always been, in most cases, when you speak of the rights, the freedom of expression, and the rest of the rights that so much inclined to the politicians and the middle class elites and the related. And I'm not trying to say that these are not in any way related to the poor masses, but to the large extent, there's a way the rights, or rather the substantive part of the rights that really touch the lives of the working people, of the masses, are in most cases being forgotten in such kind of discussions. And there's one example which I like to give it. You'll forgive me if you have heard it from me anyway. When the operation of the street vendors was going on, which is still going on up to now anyways, and around the very same time, there were also the continuation, of course, in a way, of the attack on the political party leaders and the related. And some of us remember one leader of the of one of the opposition parties was arrested. So at that time, there were a lot of campaigns online, free Mbowe, which is a good thing anyways. And at the very same time, there were hundreds of street vendors who were being detained in lots of cells within Dar es Salaam, and of course other cities where they were being oppressed. But you would hardly hear such in the mainstream discussions. Even the mainstream media houses, if they were to speak anything about that, it was just to educate these vendors to vacate the spaces that the government doesn't want to be. And in connection to that, I'm concluding, is the way that this human rights package in the neoliberal era comes with that disempowerment of the masses themselves. One of the colleagues spoke of educating these people to understand what we mean by rights, but literally they do understand. And I think as a process of empowering each other, let's go and learn their language, not just breaking down our language into what they understand, but learn theirs as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to appreciate the chair and all four panelists, because I think Jasper has found himself as he's on the panel even though he's sitting at the back. And I say that especially also because I want to just I'm really excited that the question of culture has come into the space, and it's It's at the forefront. And I'm really thinking about, again, this question of what does culture mean? And culture as something that evolves. It doesn't remain static, but that also different people are acting on. I was very excited when Melvin said that, you know what, in this day and time, and in this space, East Africa, you can't not speak. And I thought, wow, 10 years, 20 years ago, that was not the culture. So clearly, there's a culture that is changing that's very exciting. The reason I'm bringing up this is that when you think of Fanon talking about culture being something that's constructed in the realm of ideas, we think of Hutonji, who talks about traditions. So you've talked about what is the people's culture, but Hutonji talks about how traditions are the past sending its legacy into the future, and we in the present are mediating it. When we think about, so I'm wondering, what is our challenge as intellectuals? And I don't just want to talk about academics, but academics speaking to other intellectuals, as my sister has said, there are different priorities, there are different questions, and instead of having them in separate spaces, what is our challenge of thinking about human rights as it evolves within our cultures? And cultures locally, cultures nationally. Bayo brought in this idea of Pan-Africanism, but also not being afraid to say that this global culture that we're talking about that's dominated by neoliberalism, we can challenge it. So I guess I'm putting into the room, we can point fingers, and we've done that. But Bayo said we have a challenge to restore our dignity, reclaim our sovereignty. How do we do that as we even deal with these questions from a cultural standpoint? Thank you.
Can I see how many other hands there are? There's one. Anybody else? Two? Three. Okay. So, okay, you've got the mic. So very quickly, just tell us who you are, and then, so then we'll have a...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm Robert Kakuru from Makerere University. I'm the chairperson of Makerere University Academic Staff Association and the general secretary of the Forum for Academic Staff of Public Universities in Uganda. I want to thank the panelists and the chairperson of the panel for raising very interesting questions and responses. In the neoliberal era, I just have to put a rider, I teach human rights. And I note that in a neoliberal era, some of the human rights are for sale. In as much as we want to argue that these are fundamental freedoms, they are masked in the name of services where the state has withdrawn, and some of these services have to be paid for. We can talk about many things that we pay for that would be rights, and it's very interesting. But also, we enjoy these rights in a class-based system. We see the neoliberalism advocating for classes, where we have the affluent and we have those, the downtrodden. It's quite interesting. I had someone talking about vendors in Tanzania, and the same situation is happening to Uganda. We have the same situation of land grabbing in Uganda. I've had land grabbing in Ngorongoro and the neighboring areas. And who is occasioning this? We have a class of those who have the power grabbing land and violating rights of the rights holders. We have a fizzling autonomy and independence of the rights holders, while the duty bearers are growing more wings and more powers, to the extent that you come to institutions, you find that very few members of the community would want to raise an objection to a view that is raised by a number of by the bosses. Lastly, weak institutions. I think there is a deliberate move by the neoliberal era to weaken institutions, which in many ways contributes to the violations of human rights. I submit. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Muhyiddin Shangwe. I'm in the Department of Political Science here at the University of Dar es Salaam. The topic of culture always fascinates me, not because I'm an expert in culture or cultural studies, but I always find that sometimes we give it's like surrender ownership of the rights. In this case, say to the West, and in the name of saying, "Oh, this is not our culture," we're basically giving credit to the West for things that are values that are probably universal. And we have heard this many times, like certain practices are un-African, homosexuality is un-African, confronting your leaders and demanding answers is un-African. Sometimes our rights are being trumped on by our leaders, and when you question, this narrative comes out like this. You cannot. The modality of asking or demanding answers is un-African. So I think we need to approach this with caution, because some of the values are essentially universal values or universal rights. But again, when we discuss them, we say, "Oh, this is a Western value," even when it's African value. Maybe it's just because it contradicts certain interests of certain people. Then we give it the ownership to the West, even though probably, values that have universal characters. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, finally, lady at the back. Just let us know who you are.
Thank you. My name is Florence Muheirwe. I'm a PhD student from the University of Arithi. This is an interesting space to share views with people who have divergent cultural inclinations, political, socioeconomic backgrounds. Normally, the space of human rights in the spaces that I've attended, there is no agreement of what human rights are. We say they are human rights and they're universal, but when you come to debate, you really see that they are not universal, and we don't agree on what human rights are. So when human rights are not universal and we can dictate that this is not proper in certain circumstances, then they cease to focus on what I would call Ubuntu. Because if we really focus on our African perspective of Ubuntu, then we could understand what humanity is and then what human rights is. Now, what is disturbing for me is the second question. If we cannot have a common understanding of what human rights should be and how we should uphold those rights, then how are we going to empower communities to go forward if we don't have a common converging point that these are our universal rights as Africans, as East Africans, and then we need to empower communities? Because if we remain divided, then the human rights will still remain divided. And of course, the minority will continue to suffer in this space. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Okay, so we can clap for them. We're going to give the panelists 3 minutes each. Say, Kamata, we'll hand over the floor to you to tell us any other business that may be outstanding. So Melvin first. Go down.
Thank you to the audience. The comments you've raised, we appreciate. I think we can all agree that we are together in this, and I see that the question of culture is coming up strongly. I hope with time we'll be able to sort out that, because I think we keep talking about culture, but we also don't. With the coming generations, I don't think my generation quite understands what culture in this sense also means, or maybe we just don't agree with some of them. But I hope with time we'll be able to solve that equation. Just to close, this is an interesting subject. The neoliberal policies vis-a-vis human rights, and I think we need to go back, carefully analyze, evaluate ourselves, our values, what we want for ourselves, envision the Africa that you want for yourself. Which Africa would you want to exist in? And you will get the questions as to what you want your neoliberal era to be like, because I believe no one has defined and cast in stone that this is what has to happen. We can still redefine it. And I do not believe that there is a single concept that is solely evil. We can make it work for us.
Yes, asante sana Joe. I will quickly just point out areas that I think I should chip in. Number one, Dr. Budeba do say, all human beings are equal, but some are more equal than others. Yes. We saw that we're seeing that in Gaza now. In Gaza, we're seeing that in Gaza. Nobody's making noise. The UN is there, and that is it. We saw that in COVID, the COVID crisis. In terms of addressing the crisis, we saw what happened. And that was clearly, in that respect, regulation. Professor Senkoro, thank you very much. The issue about how do you reconcile that aid to universities in terms of the contestations between, say, you gave example, China and other blocs. We've been dependent. We've been very dependent. Maybe if we could control our own resources, that would be better. So the idea is accepting conditionalities. And I'll give an example of the HEAT project. And I wish management was here. I would have discussed it very openly. This project was brought in. There was no consultation with units. No consultation at all. And they came with the agenda of some subjects and telling you now, after this, you review curricula. So curriculum review comes in with this package. There was no transparency, negotiation, and inclusivity. So if this was brought up in light, you can decide. It's not the first time we're getting aid, but this kind of aid, that at the end of the day, we will have to surrender some aspects in terms of even educating our students here. So with me, negotiate. And you have negotiating power. The problem will be then, do we have the leaders to do that for us? Can we do that? Can it be brought together out in the open and people bring in ideas? Almost all projects. Okay, and that's what I talked about, self-determination. That's universal, self-determination. Allow me, give me aid, I decide. Don't decide for me. Okay, the other point maybe, Dr. Kakuru, I can agree with you, no less. I'm seeing you bring in the aspect of sustainable development in terms of the Ngorongoro, the land crisis and all that. An anecdote, the funders of Ngorongoro in terms of even the movement today is UNESCO. They're funding the project. They brought it first, now they're saying, no, if you want to stay in the list of world cultural heritage and everything, you have to do this and this, we'll assist you, relocate these people outside. So that's part of it. So I see you sustainability in terms of land, in terms of natural resources, etc. But that is weak institutions. I can see nothing happening. My only concern, and I'll be very frank now, with the current trend, Joe and colleagues, at the universities, back in universities now, you have very little interest. Our students, I see some light somewhere. They are very few. They are dwindling. It is scary. They will not discuss. You're going to talk about neoliberalism policy and academic freedom, etc., etc. They don't know what you're saying. They are not interested. And that is a problem. This generation disappears, and then the generation coming up with the Sabatos and everybody else, we are praying for you. Thank you.
They are praying for us. Thank you. Not many questions were addressed to me, but I want to comment on give my comment on the animal farm. That all human beings are equal, but others are more equal than others. How do we extinguish this selfishness habit of ours? I don't know how. Maybe we invest. We invest in the future generation. Maybe. How do we invest in the future generation if the parents are already corrupted? I was reading the CAG's report because it is under discussion Controller and Auditor General. Yes, sorry, I thought Controller and Auditor General's report. The numbers are shocking. The embezzlement, lack of accountability. It stressed me. It stressed me, really. It's a challenge. There's this, for instance, plea bargaining. Those plea bargaining law, which is still there. People were giving money for their freedom. They were buying their freedom. But even those, the amount which they gave is not. Most of the amount is missing. No evidence, no records. It's nowhere to be seen. So it's a very big challenge, which I see. It also reflects how selfish we are. Another thing which I would give as an example is the issue of medical insurance, for instance. You have this young, a child who has no medical insurance, and you had this first lady, the former first lady, or first, now we'll be having this a gentleman. First gentleman. At least in Tanzania, we are sure we'll have one. We have one. So we have this first lady or first gentleman who is paid pension for work which she or he didn't do. So the law has passed. So it's a challenge. And many children are dying because of that. I also want to address the issue of culture. I'm not an expert on culture, but what I know is that culture is a human right, the right to culture. And the culture to be accepted must be accepted by many, but also should not be harmful. Should not infringe others' rights. That is culture, according to our definition as human rights activists. Should not be harmful. Should be accepted. But culture evolves. It changes over time, and you can't force culture. You can't impose culture. You can't do that. That's according to my understanding. And lastly, on intellectuals, I think my call to intellectuals is to use your pen, to continue to use your pen, to write, but use us to make the noises. Because Africans, most of us are coming from an oral tradition. We listen more than reading. So use as human rights activists will amplify your words.
Okay. Shukran. I want to thank the panel. Can you clap for them again? So we've had poetry. People have told us about Animal Farm. But for me, the book that most resonated with me, of course, it has to be Chinua Achebe. No. Anthills of the Savannah. Anthills of the Savannah. Why? Because Achebe told us this story. I think in all our cultures, because we've been talking about culture, in all our cultures, we have this eternal struggle between the lion and the hare. Right? So Achebe tells this story of one time, the lion had been looking for hare all over the jungle, all over the village, all over the mountain. Finally, in a very narrow path, lion meets hare. Lion meets hare. And lion says, you, woman, I've been looking for you everywhere. This time now I got you. Today, you're kalas. You say kalas? In Uganda, we say kalas. They say it's Kiswahili, but I don't know if it is it. You don't think so, is it? Is it? Tell us, the kids, who are the... Is it? Kalas. Yeah? Today, you're finished. So, Hare says, I'm finished. Okay. So, Hare kicks up the dust, turns around there. Lion says, hey, hello. Hare, what's wrong with you? Don't you know that I'm going to clear you tonight? And Hare says, okay, I know that. However, I want for those who passed along this path to say that a woman died here. That's the struggle theory of human rights. Bwana Kamata.
It's colors. Okay, it is Gioni. It is evening. And we have to allow ourselves to accept that it is the end of the day, end of our first day here, to give room for the second day. I know some of you will be walking and driving some a distance from here. So you need to get there early and relax a bit and solve some African problems later. Our Codestia group knows what is solving African problems after a meeting. Okay, I was listening and just to one or two things. Human rights, and I was looking at the ISA's chapters, and one of the issues he raises is the right to organize. And I was asking myself, when we were students in the late 80s, we were linked, we were concerned with things which were happening beyond our university as students. And the immediate was Nairobi. A lot of things were happening there. We'll gather in a lecture theater called ATB in the middle of the night. Students and staff will debate about Moi, and then we'll end up writing a petition and signing it. Okay, so when people are talking about Palestine, etc., and probably because these things are not in as we took them for granted in the past, petition writing and signing, releasing statements. I know UDASA used to release the statements condemning this, etc. I learned how to write a statement. But if you are not doing this stuff, even the skills of doing them disappear. It's some cultures that are traditional to the universities, but not anymore. So if you're talking, for example, about a petition as a way of expressing some grievances or making some demands, there is a certain generation among ourselves, some staff and even students, who don't know anything about this. They don't know what's happening because now we have so many universities in Tanzania. By then we had only one, so we were concerned about Nsukka. I came to know Nsukka University in Nigeria. I always remind people that something happened, I think it was Nsukka and Amina Hall. So you also even imagine of Amina Hall. I've never been there, but I still remember. Something happened there, and we condemned it as students. Okay, so I was in a class last time, and I said, if you are not concerned with what is happening to your colleague sitting or sharing a table with you, you can't be concerned with Palestine. I don't know what. Okay? And why? Because when we started at this university, cost sharing was introduced. There was resistance. Students resisted. They were crushed. But they kept on resisting cost sharing. With time, they introduced a loan. Some students will get a loan, some will not. And those who didn't receive a loan will wage a struggle. And those who have received a loan will join with those who have not received a loan in the struggle to demand for a loan. Not anymore. Not by accident, because, and I think this is what we'll be discussing tomorrow and the day after, systematic approach of disorganizing students and staff. The right to organize. Is it a human right? Huh? Is it a human right? The right to think. But you can only think properly if the space for doing that is available. Can you translate your thinking into an organizational form? Those are the issues I think tomorrow. We have started well. We have had a very nice day. So many issues have come out. And I believe tomorrow and the day after, we are going to have a very engaging session. So I niswachukulie sana muda jamani. I just saying that I don't have to take much of your time. Isabel. Let me allow myself to shut up my mouth by saying that we have come to the end of this fruitful day one of our colloquium, and I wish you a very good and a relaxing evening. Asanteni sana.